There we go.
There we
It's
go.
starting now. Okay, go live. And we're going live, and we're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Season 6 of the Gravity Max live stream.
Best season so far.
Already, 12 seconds in.
Already.
We are already having a good time.
Yeah,
So,
we are.
yeah, today I am here in my lab coat and my
Yes.
dragon
And I am
hat.
here in my false lab coat, which is the tightest shirt known to man. Look at this.
Yep.
It's so tight. And before we started this, I was talking to Max about my ridiculously tight shirt. I said, hey, if we get 8 peak concurrence on this stream, I will rip my shirt off on stream. I have a shirt underneath it, so don't worry about it. But I will destroy this shirt. I've had this shirt since I was like 13. So we will see how it goes. If we hit 8, I should probably bring the stream up. But
We have 1 concurrent viewers.
nice. All right, we're just 7 more, and
Yep.
it's over. It's over for this shirt.
He's a madman. You can obviously tell. So yeah,
So yeah, I think
this
we're gonna
season.
go. Yeah. So just real quick before we get into what the season's about, after we go off this slide, I'm just gonna turn our cameras off so we can just do the plugs and stuff.
Yeah. Or actually, there are boxes there.
Did we have boxes on this? All right, then
Yeah.
we're gonna be good. Never mind.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this season is about space,
Yes.
as promised. Sebastian found this very nice background of space, and I very much like it as the season
So glad.
background thing, because we've been going with like solid colors, and like that makes sense. But I was like, oh my gosh, I'm running out of solid color combinations that I can use for color palettes. But then I'm like, oh, we can just use pictures. And so this is the background. This is a very nice background, by the way,
Thank you.
of space. I don't know why. I just like it so much because it's like not too intrusive. So it's a good background. Like because we have our white text on there and it's like not obscured. Like usually it sort of would get washed out with all the stars in most like space backgrounds I see. But I like it. And then the logo is the Andromeda Galaxy.
Yes.
So yeah, that is our episode today. So, oh yeah, well, today we are talking about, or should we we'll get to the title slide. So we're talking about something relating to space. That's what you know. Okay, so let's just start with the plugs.
Yes. Oh, wait,
right.
here's the test. The season
Oh, the
6 test. Will my
season 6
cursor
test.
be captured? Let's test.
I'm
It's
gonna
captured.
guess. Yep.
It's captured. And for everyone out there, capture cursor is off. I am not an idiot. It is off. On literally every single channel, even on channels that it doesn't even make sense. It's ridiculous. It's off. I did find that if I screw with this, it might work. Let me see. Does this work?
Oh well.
Nope. Still captures the cursor. So awesome.
That's good.
What a way to start season 6.
Wait, do you have a modded cursor? Because I know it's like green or something.
Yeah, well, it's green. That's the only thing different about it. There's not.
Is there
a
like a
mod.
special thing you downloaded to make it green?
No, it's literally in Windows. You can just go and change the size, shape, color of your cursor. I just made it green so I could see it easier. But no.
I wonder if they have that on Apple.
Yeah.
All right,
But
so
anyways,
yeah.
into the plugs.
yeah. If we're on the right slide, visit the Gravity Max website, gravitymaxmedia.com. I'm paying like $12 a year for that domain, so go check it out.
We're gonna go broke in 2 years.
we have $24.
Yes.
No, we have 0. But that is why maybe you might want to go to the Patreon and give us money. So yeah, all this social media where you can get updates about the show if you want, if I want to make an update too. I usually don't like these websites, I must say, either way. But you know what? It's a good form of communication. Someone like contacted me and just gave like a nice message today on Instagram about the Gravity Max thing, saying that they liked the video. So,
awesome.
Check it out. Check out all the stuff. All right. Next, follow Sebastian on social media, same platforms, Instagram and Twitter. And then also he's on YouTube. He has a channel called 128 Seconds where he has videos that are 128 seconds long. They are educational and quick, so they're similar to this live stream and my channel, except they have a more rapid pace. So, if you have like 2 hours, you can watch the live stream. If you have 2 minutes, you can watch the 128 seconds video.
There is no
and if you have and if you have yeah, and if you have 2 hours, that means you also have 2 minutes, by like transitive. 2 hours is larger than 2 minutes, so you should check it out either way.
Yeah, how many? I wonder if I have enough videos that it's longer than the average Gravity Max live stream. How many videos do I have?
Let's see. You would probably need I would guess 50 would probably do it. That would be a shorter episode, but maybe 60 or 70.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many videos I have. I'll probably have to check.
Yeah.
Hey, quick trivia. Look at this. Trivia part 2.
Trivia part 2.
How many videos do you have, Max? I just saw the number.
Oh, God. It's like 200 maybe? I do not know.
234.
234. That's cool. A ton of them are probably these VODs, right? The live stream VODs?
Probably. I have 41 videos, so it's probably longer than our shortest.
Yeah, it's longer than the shortest one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny with the 234 videos because that includes a ton of now private videos. I never have the heart to delete them. However, they are utter trash and did not relate to science whatsoever because this wasn't always a science channel.
Right.
Original Gravity Max followers will know that this was once a Minecraft.
Maxcraft. The greatest. Max is the original dream. He is the original Minecraft speedrunner.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I would be able to I can complete anything in the lowest amount of frames because my frame rate was horrible on those videos. Anyway, I also have a book called A Bottled Up Flame and another book called A Truly Dead Rock. Links to the second one or the first one I said, but the second book in the series is in the description below.
I'm just horrible with slides today. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem.
This is what the book looks like, everyone.
Yeah, this is what the book looks like. It's a sequel. It's a science fiction novel, second part in what will be a trilogy. So go check out that. Go buy it if you want. So yeah, that brings us to today's topic: the Space Odyssey. We are talking about humanity's history with space up until now and a little bit into the future because that's what this whole season is about. It's about space and the future and cool things. So that is our episode today.
Space is big, and humans, we see this massive space and we're like, first, we're going to name it space. Second, we're going to explore space because there's no frontier that we cannot cross as human beings. I think it's just super cool because like the first life form to ever leave Earth was probably an animal that we shot up, either a chimpanzee or
I think it was
rats,
like a fly.
A fly, yeah.
Something like
that. And that went up there because of us. But also one small step for fly kind, or one
small flap for fly, one giant leap for fly kind.
Yes. Daikaiju Productions.
Oh yeah, we've got chat. Yep. And we had 4 peak concurrents so far.
We're halfway to me ripping my shirt off. Again, I'll say it for our new viewers. I will rip my shirt off if we hit 8 viewers.
Why did you use a John F. Kennedy?
Because we're talking about space.
Anyway, Daikaiju Productions says 56.25 videos at 128 seconds each would equal 2 hours. Nice. Your heads are over your heads on the title.
Yes, that was intentional. Here, if I crouch, I can kind of get myself into frame.
Oh yeah, here wait, I'm not sure if it's mirror flipped. Here wait, is the dragon looking this way?
No,
the way I'm pointing.
I think
he's looking this way.
Where your finger is to Oh, now you're flipping it. Where your finger is
Sorry.
currently is to the
Yeah.
right of the screen. So it's like
Is
we
it?
are staring at you.
I don't know. Whatever. This is too much.
It's too much. We can't do
I can't
it, man.
figure it out.
We
I
can't
can't
do
do
it.
it. Anyway, so let's get started, right? I think.
Yeah, let's get right into it.
Okay. Sure. So origins
Origins.
before 1955. So humans have always looked at the stars, right? But we didn't really actually go there until around 1955. We started working on that. But you don't go from just nothing. You don't go from funny monkey to uh, sending a fly into space in just one step. There are a few things that happened first. So let's go over what those things are. So we start with astronomy. So astronomy is I don't have the definition, but it's the study of space essentially. And it started with the first humans. Even I mean, now this is just getting arbitrarily far back in time, right? But any like animals use the phases of the moon to like determine things. They use the seasons. That's all astronomy. And so humans were just the same, but we humans are smarter. So we developed more and started thinking of like constellations, and we started making calendars based on astronomy. And so as this developed, we get into 1600s, 1700s. We begin to see like scientific development, and science enters a phase that is like recognizable today. So you have people like Galileo suggesting that the Earth goes around the sun instead of the sun going around the Earth. Crazy, I know. But so
Yeah, that was always weird
so
to me.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
in this period of scientific discovery, people
Mhm.
were making genius observations in both parties, but in one of those parties was stuff that is so commonplace to us right now, and the other
Mhm.
party is stuff that is still like complex to this day. Like they were
Mm.
still
Yeah.
figuring out stuff about like the sun being the center of the solar system and the planets orbiting around that. But then you have like Isaac Newton or even other people like Tycho, all those people figuring out the math behind like the orbital,
Yeah.
like what shape it is and the speed, how you can determine the speed, how you can look at the planet's spin, all that kind of stuff. And it's just funny to think that they are discovering these two things like right next to each other.
Yeah,
And then they
exactly.
find out that hey, asbestos isn't actually that good for you.
Yep.
That was later, but you get the
Yeah,
point.
exactly. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's with the whole like Earth goes around the sun thing. It's basically like if you were to stand up in whatever room you're in now and just start spinning around and be like, that chair is going around me right now. That was the ego, the Earth centric like model, the geocentric model of the solar system.
Yeah.
And it took until like Galileo to be like, well, Copernicus, I think. Well, actually,
Well, Copernicus
there were a few
is
people.
yeah.
There was like some guy in like ancient Greece said maybe it's heliocentric, but they didn't listen to him.
Well, the thing was in ancient Greece they were
Yeah,
throwing out everything, and it's just
yeah,
they
yeah,
just wanted to see what would stick.
yeah, exactly. But anyway, so astronomy and early astronomy is sort of interesting because it is in a way exploring space, because we are exploring it via photons, via light. Like it might not feel like exploration to just look through a telescope because you're still on Earth, but those photons originated, say, from the sun, bounced off a planet, and is now entering your telescope. So in a way, it's like you have gone to those places. You're exploring those places. Like to see something, light has to physically go there and come back. So it's like sending a probe there. Like we send later in this video, we'll get to all the space probes that like not giant, but machines we sent out into the outer solar system to investigate. Light is just the most fundamental in just a miniaturized version and a very quick version of those space probes that we send out now. So astronomy was like the earliest form
And it's also
of space
necessary
exploration.
for space exploration because you got to
Yeah,
look before you leap into space. You got to
exactly.
figure out, hey,
Yeah.
there's a planet there. Before you can, go to that
Yep.
planet, you got to make sure that, that you got a path and all that. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's
Well,
the first step
yeah.
towards space exploration.
Yeah. You also had important discoveries here, like Galileo discovered, say, the valleys and craters on the moon,
Mhm.
and he discovered the moons of Jupiter, the rings of Saturn, except his telescope was too blurry, so he couldn't quite tell what it was, but he was like, hey, this isn't a nice circle shape. What's going on here? And then Newton developed, the theory of gravity, or is it the law now? I don't know the difference,
I
but
don't know.
either way, in science, both just mean it's true. Like, and so gravity is important to space exploration. Knowing the laws of gravity, understanding like what's it called? Orbital dynamics, essentially, astrodynamics. You need to know that if you want to send people to space, because if you didn't know that like gravity drops off with the square of distance, you could send someone like you could be like, oh, I'm going to send them to the moon, and then they're just like not there. They're just drifting through space now
Yep.
because you don't understand the laws. So astronomy, all this foundational astronomy was the groundwork that allowed us to begin exploring space. So yeah.
Yeah. So, just for people that don't know, on the screen on the far left is Galileo, in the middle is Hubble. I forget what his first name is. I think it's
I
like
think it's Edwin.
yeah, Edwin
Edwin
Hubble,
Hubble.
and Carl Sagan is on the right.
Yep.
Um,
Of course,
yeah,
Carl Sagan was active after 1955, but
yes,
we're just yeah,
yeah,
but it's fine.
that's also true.
Yeah.
But these are some astronomers that you should definitely look at. Like Galileo is the I don't know whether they call him the father or the grandfather. Like they always like to call
They have
people
something.
the
They give
father
someone
of
a
whatever field, but then they also call
yeah.
other people the grandfather of other fields. So I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know if Galileo qualifies to be the grandfather or the father of astronomy, but he
Yep.
is probably the most well-known astronomer.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he's
probably.
pretty much like one of the first, if we're like coming down the brass tacks and not going to the guys in Greece that did use the
Yeah.
stars to like figure some stuff out, but he was,
I guess you could say the first modern astronomer.
yeah, because
Um,
like you were saying, he made all of these discoveries and he figured all this stuff out that was just the building blocks for everyone else to look up at the sky and be like, that
yeah. Well, it's interesting because Galileo actually must have had a lot of courage because he actually published this stuff, even though he knew it was like heresy.
yes.
Like Copernicus, who first, like earlier, proposed the heliocentric model, he didn't like publish anything. Everything of his was like published after his death. I mean, everything that would have been heresy. He published other things, but all that stuff he waited until he was dead. He's like, I do not want to. I know this is like a hot take.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm not doing this. I don't want to. Like, I'm gonna face too much pressure from it. So he waited until he died, and then it was published. But Galileo published it while he was alive. So
Chad. He's got courage. Yeah.
yeah,
So, yeah. So that's astronomy. Those are the astronomers that you should definitely check out. All of these guys, very interesting. Hubble from the telescope. Carl Sagan, he's the most modern out of these three.
hmm
And he has been involved in so many space missions. And honestly, he's like, if you talk to people that are in the field of astronomy right now, astrophysicists or other people working in, like, I should say just the general space field, I would bet that a lot of them would say, if you ask them who their hero was or why they got into it, a lot of them would look to Carl Sagan because he's such,
yeah,
he like maybe he's the father of super modern astronomy. You know.
Yeah, well, Carl Sagan was a lot like modern day or like, well, 90s Bill Nye
Hmm.
with like all the like, the kids, like the kids show.
Yeah.
Um, I think Bill Nye still does some sort of thing. Like he still does stuff.
He's doing
And then
something.
you've also got Neil deGrasse Tyson, uh, and who else? Michio Kaku. I think he's more like on the physics side, but I saw him in a few space documentaries too. Um, so you've got like Carl Sagan was like both a very accomplished astronomer, but then also an outreach type
Yeah.
person, which is like pretty important, I would say, because like Newton was like a recluse. Like he was kind of, I don't know what you would call him.
He was kind of
He was
nuts.
very focused on his work.
Yeah.
Let's just say he was like kind of crazy, but that is okay because he makes up for it.
Yeah.
I think all the best scientists are a little bit crazy.
Yeah, because that's what you need to take the leap forward or
Yeah,
to look at
you
something
got to
from a
think
different
outside the
way.
box.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Um, yeah.
but yeah. Speaking of thinking outside the box, science fiction is the next category. So,
Sci-fi with the
yeah,
most just jacked picture of the moon ever on the cover of Le Voyage dans
you
la
don't
Lune.
you don't like that picture?
I don't. I've obviously seen it,
Yeah, this
a
is
lot,
like
but I don't
it's
like it.
around.
It's there's something about it. I don't know
There's
if it's
something
the black
disturbing.
and white.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it's the black and white or it's the face. It's
Yeah.
something about the face. Like if that could talk, if that face could talk, what would it sound like?
Oh my god.
It sound
I really
horrifying.
I want to show you the clip that this is a frame from. You will not appreciate
Oh,
it.
I've never
It
seen the
basically
clip.
slowly zooms in on the face and then he gets essentially shot in the eye by the space capsule. But
I won't appreciate that.
you would not like it. You would not like it. That's why I want to show it to you. Anyway, so these are some early sci-fi works. Le Voyage dans la Lune and From the Earth to the Moon are essentially the same thing. From the Earth to the Moon is a Jules Verne novel from like late 1800s, and then Le Voyage dans la Lune was a silent film based on the novel, made by some French guy in like 1901. And then you also have The First Men in the Moon by H.G. Wells, very prolific author, except for some reason he said the first men in the moon instead of on the moon. I don't know why, but there hadn't been anyone on the moon yet, so they didn't know that terminology, so they just said in the moon. It's weird. I really like H.G. Wells books though, so yeah, I should probably check this one out. I've read The Time Machine. That's the only one I've read actually, but I should read more H.G. Wells. But anyway, the point here is that science fiction basically gave people the idea that we even could go to space, right? Um, it's like the imagination
Mm-hmm.
that inspires not just young people, but that's sort of what you were saying with Carl Sagan. Um, it's just sort of that if no one thinks of it, then there's no vision. You know what I mean? There's nothing
Yeah.
to make you want to go to space. Like you need to think, oh, maybe I should go to space first before you can actually set in motion how to go to space. It's sort of like how Star Trek didn't they like predict cell phones or something?
Yeah, they were so yeah, with the prediction stuff, like you can look through things and they're like there's a lot of evidence of things in the past where someone is like on a phone, so like phones were around, but then like you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
see their face through the phone and people are like, "Oh, look, they FaceTime." But with Star Trek, yeah, they did have like the corresponding things on and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that, but yeah, you could kind of say that they kind of predicted it, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
just think it's a
I just
common
mean
thing.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think it's like I forget who. I think one of the people that invented like cell phones said like, "Oh, I was inspired by Star
Oh,
Trek."
well,
That's
there
sort
you
of what I
go.
meant. So that's like the point of like sci-fi, I feel.
Yeah,
It's entertainment, but it's also like
yeah.
inspiration.
But going,
And so, yeah.
yeah, going back to the inspiration and what you were saying about you needed to have a vision. I remember I was talking about this. I forget if it was with you or if it was with someone else, but
Hmm.
I said that every great whatever, every great artist, every great writer, every great explorer, every great pretty much whatever that didn't stumble upon it, or like they even could have, but someone that isn't like an accidental great at something, someone that is actually a very prolific figure, is also
Hmm.
a visionary. Every single person that is a pioneer in something or is the best at something or every inventor is also a visionary. You need to have a vision before you go forward with pretty much anything.
Hmm.
And that's what you see here. And that's like one of the best virtues of human beings, I think, is our because we're dreamers. You know, we see
Yeah.
space and we see the moon, and we're like, that's cool. It's like someone was just like in the in the 1600s when Galileo was around. I think was the 1600s, and he was just like, hey, I just went on a vacation to Greece. What if we went on a
Hmm.
vacation to the moon? And some French
Uh-huh.
guys had the same idea. They're like, yeah, we can do that. And then H.G. Wells was like, let's get in the moon. And then
Yep.
Jules Verne is
Yeah.
like, you know what? Let me fix your English a little bit. Let's go from the Earth to the moon. But it's all humans, and they're all dreaming. They're all dreaming, and they have the
Hmm.
vision. And we did it, 1969, baby.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, it's
but yeah,
it's interesting too, these books. I don't know as much about the first men in the moon. However, From the Earth to the Moon and Le Voyage dans la Lune, they have the same plot. And so the way that they get to the moon is via a giant cannon, which is like funny. Like they basically the like three astronauts or whatever like load into the ship, and the ship is shaped like a bullet, and it just gets fired out of a giant cannon, which is really funny. It's like an old-fashioned gunpowder cannon, right? Because this is from the turn of the century. And so, but the thing is, there are some like similarities between that and like modern space travel. So first of all, the cannon thing, I'm not sure if this is what Jules Verne was intending, but it is sort of like a reference to the Newtonian thought experiment of the cannon. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's if you fire a cannon, the cannonball will fall to the earth. If you fire it faster, it'll fall farther. And since the earth is spherical, Newton reasoned there must be a speed at which, if you fire something from a cannon, it'll just go into orbit. And so that's sort of what the whole cannon thing reminds me of. Also, it reminds me of like rail guns, like mass drivers, which
yep.
we talked about a few episodes back, which could be a way to send stuff into space that would use a large maglev track to accelerate an object. However, this method, I would say, don't try it at home because it would most certainly kill you, because all the acceleration would occur in one instant instead
Yes.
of along a long track. Also, it's really interesting. The ship that they use to get to the moon in these two works is called the Columbiad with a D at the end, which the moon landing ship was called the Columbia without a D at the end, which is just funny.
Oh,
Um,
we do have some more chat from
oh yeah, we have some more
Daikaiju.
chat. Daikaiju Productions says, "What would it sound like
Yeah,
whenever I
the
see
moon
it
would be
or smell
insane.
it? That video."
Yeah, no, dude, this moon, if that moon, the Le Voyage dans la Lune, could talk,
Yeah.
that would have the just the worst voice ever.
Hmm.
Like, it would be guttural and high pitched and low pitched at the same time,
Okay.
be nasal, and just, it would be terrible. You know what? I might mess around with a little bit of audio production to make the voice
Uh-huh.
of the Le Voyage dans la Lune
I can put it on Instagram when you do that. I'll do that.
Yeah, yeah. So
We'll do
check
that.
out the
Yeah, check out the
let's get
Gravity
back to the
Max,
plugs.
the Gravity Max, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Go
at
check that out.
max.gravity on Instagram. Check it out.
Yeah, I'll put
Very
it on
soon.
all
Yeah.
the ones, but yeah.
Oh, and I went so far, so you guys got a glimpse into the future.
Wow.
Oh my god, I'm terrible with the slides today.
No
I'm
problem.
horrible. But yeah,
Anyway.
so sci-fi literature,
Yeah.
humans, they like to dream, and sometimes they get stuff right, even when you're writing like a little fan fiction about the space, you know, and about the moon
Yep.
and stuff like that.
Yep. Yep.
I just seen something, and Max, I think you'll appreciate this a lot.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park obviously didn't inspire Lord of the Rings and one other movie, I forget what it was, but it being produced and it being a very successful movie was credited by Peter Jackson, I think is the name of the director of Lord of the Rings, to make Lord of the Rings into a movie. He already had the script, but then he sees Jurassic Park come out, and he's like, I could do this. I could actually make this thing. Because obviously, like, the book was written by...
That's interesting.
Tolkien
Yeah, it was
a while ago, but
written a
Jackson,
long time.
he was sitting on the script,
Yeah.
and he sees this, and he's like, hey, maybe I could do something like that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Because, Jurassic Park used a lot of effects. Lots of animatronics, I think, for all the dinosaurs. Now they got CGI. That's a whole debate. I'm not going to talk about the CGI versus puppet like war. Whenever there's a new like sequel or reboot of an old like, and by old I don't actually mean that old. I mean like 90s film that uses CGI, people are like, "Oh, it was better." And I'm like, I'm not going to take a stance. I'm not going to take a stance here.
You sound
either
like you
way.
really want to take a stance.
I don't want to take a stance. I really don't want to take a stance. I like really don't.
Okay, it sounds like you have a stance.
But I appreciate the effort and crafts that went into the old ways.
You know what blows me away? When did Narnia come out? When did The Lion, the Witch, the Wardrobe, the movie come out? Because
I don't know. 1990?
Let me see.
Or is this new? I don't know much about the movie, so I'm probably very wrong.
2005, which is,
okay. Yeah.
The CGI in that movie.
15 years.
Yeah. The CGI in that movie is off the wall, make you do a dance. It is crazy for 2005.
Yeah.
It's crazy, honestly.
That's interesting.
Just like how Toy Story was crazy because it was the first fully animated film, had like 20 dudes just working on making the first animated film, and they were able to do it.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
It's crazy. Oh, I just watched Shrek.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing.
Nice. Shrek is in the Library of Congress now.
That is so funny.
They saved it. I think it's like the only movie. It's the only movie after the year 2000 that they said is like of cultural significance or whatever enough to put in the Library of Congress.
Funny. That is so funny.
So, it's there now.
Oh my god.
Shrek.
Shrek.
Anyway, so that's the sci-fi section.
With a little bit of Shrek.
Yep.
But on to Rocketry.
Rocketry.
So we need.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, go ahead. I was gonna make just a little jokey intro, but
yeah, do it.
All right. When I go to school, when I went to school, rather.
Okay.
Not that I ditched school. I just do.
He
not
dropped out.
I do not physically go to school anymore. I spiritually go to school.
Yeah, I astral project school.
Actually, they're like Sebastian, and then like some papers Russell, and they're like, here.
Yep. A pencil just magically, like nothing. It just starts floating and writes here on a piece of paper.
When I went to school, I used the bus. when
Mhm.
I took a tour of California, of the San Francisco Bay Area. I took a boat, and
Mm.
when I go to Florida, which I don't in current day's time, but
Yeah.
I took a plane.
Mm.
Unfortunately, you can't take a car to space. Well, unless you ask
Unfortunate.
Elon Musk, then you can. But
Oh
you
my
can't
God,
take a
yeah.
boat to space. You can't walk to space, and you can't take a plane to space. So people were like,
When the space elevator's broken, so you have to take the space stairs.
yeah, people were like, hey, we've been thinking about it for quite a while, and you know
Uh-huh.
how we have these things that we shoot at enemies to blow them up. And they're like, yeah.
Yep.
They're like, what if we rode those? They're like, yeah, you're fired.
You're fired.
But it worked. That's what rocketry was.
Yeah.
They just took a
Yeah,
ton of
exactly.
fuel, burned it, and just strapped some chairs to it, and like a couple of food rations, astronaut ice cream, which astronauts do not actually eat, and they just sent them up to space. So they're like,
Yep.
"Bon voyage, boys. Good luck."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so rockets were not originally designed for purposes of space travel. The first rockets, you could say, are fireworks,
Mm,
firecrackers, like from China, because essentially the difference between a rocket, I would say, and just a gun like a bullet, is that the rocket is self-propelled, whereas a bullet or a cannonball, right, those rely on an explosion within the device launching it, and then they just enter ballistic flight. They enter free fall, and they aren't propelled by their own energy. But rockets are propelled by their own energy at some point along their journey. And so originally, this started, as I said, in China. You had fireworks, but it began to get more refined. People were like, wait a minute, what if we launched stuff and didn't make it explode when it got to the top? And you started to get rockets, and then there's a difference between solid booster rockets and liquid booster rockets. And essentially, the difference there is that a solid booster rocket, you light it, and it's just a chain reaction. It'll just keep going, like it won't stop until the end. Whereas a liquid booster rocket is something where you can actually sort of, step on the gas pedal, the accelerator, and take your foot off the accelerator. You can control how much burns at a given time. And so as this sort of field developed, it eventually developed into a thing used for warfare. In World War II, I think it was Germany used rockets to bomb England like a few times. Um, Other than just, they would use planes primarily.
mm.
Everyone used planes to drop bombs, but the Germans experimented with using rockets to deliver a payload. And yeah, so that's a sort of like unflattering origin for rockets. It's also like Werner von Braun, right? He was a big NASA guy during the Cold War. He was very important to NASA. However, he was originally from Germany, and he worked on these rockets that were used to like bomb England and kill people.
Yep.
He was also probably a Nazi. I think definitely a Nazi.
Yep.
So it's
just
like
just just like everyone's favorite,
everyone's
aka no
favorite.
one's favorite,
No one's favorite.
Mr. Oh, I forget his first name. Fritz Haber, ladies and gentlemen, give it up
Who?
for the
Wait, who's
inventor
that?
of the Haber process, or
What
Haber,
is that?
if you pronounce
Yeah,
it.
what is
It's
that?
the
I
synthesis
have no idea.
of ammonia. Um,
Oh, okay.
the guy
Hmm.
that invented that, his name was Fritz Haber, or Haber,
Mm-hmm.
German dude, and he comes out and he's like, in that point in time, Europe. This was early 1900, very early 1900s. Um, crops were sucking. It wasn't like
Oh
Ireland
yeah.
with the blight,
Yeah, I know
but
this.
crops
Yeah.
were terrible and all this. And he's like, I figured it out.
The
If we
soil
take
was depleted.
exactly, he's like, if we take hydrogen and we take nitrogen, I can make ammonia, or ammonia with an A, and NH3, and I can revitalize the crops, and I can save Europe, right? And he did,
Hmm.
and all of this, and they started
He got a
using him.
Nobel Prize
They hand him
for
a
that.
big old Nobel Prize, and they're like, "You, sir, are a quality human being." And he's like,
Hmm.
"Oh ho ho." So you
Wait
think?
until you see what I've got coming next.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he, the next, oh, what's the next thing he did? But
Yeah.
when
Eventually.
World War II broke out and when Hitler came to power in Germany, Haber was right there, and he's like, "Hey, I heard you need a chemical agent to do some bad stuff with. Oh well, I'm your guy, man. I'm totally your guy." And he made Zyklon B, but I actually think he might have synthesized that in World War One for Germany, and it was
Oh, yeah.
used primarily in the Holocaust and World War Two.
Hmm.
But he got
Yeah.
his Peace Prize revoked because that wasn't a peaceful thing to do.
Yeah.
That was a
Yep.
horrible thing to do, Mr. Haber.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
That's interesting. I didn't know they actually revoked it.
Yeah.
I remember they had like a controversy. They were like, "Can we revoke something?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're revoking it."
I
And
wonder. I
so,
wonder if he's the only person
yeah, that's interesting.
revoked
But
by
yeah,
the Peace Prize.
with regards to Von Braun, right? So it's interesting because this will get into the next topic. Is that Germany was like a very science heavy place. I mean, when you think scientist, when you think smartest person ever, you think Einstein, right? And
Yeah.
Einstein was from Austria, right? Which is
Mm-hmm.
like, was, it was part of like the German Empire and whatever. And so that Germany was a very scientific place. It produced a lot of scientists. And so after World War II, there was like, well, not after, but as it was wrapping up, right? There was this big American and Soviet operation, but it was a competition between the two. And it was called, for America, it was called Operation Paperclip. Have you heard of this, Sebastian?
Yes, I've heard the name
Yeah.
Operation Paperclip. That is ringing
So
a
it
bell.
was, yeah, Operation Paperclip was basically America went in and was like, okay, I want you to find all the scientists, all the German scientists you can, say like, oh, we'll grant you immunity, come back to America and work for us. And they're like, okay. But the Soviets also tried to do the same thing. Um, I forgot who got more, but a lot of the American and Soviet like space uh, like agencies during the Cold War had a lot of prominent German scientists because of these operations. Because also Germans were working on a nuke. Thankfully, they were not successful during World War II, right? But they had like, I forget, I think it was like, I forget which scientists exactly, but there's a ton of scientists with very German sounding names that would end up working on like the Manhattan Project. Um, you know what I mean?
Like
And so,
Oppenheimer. Yeah.
was it Oppenheim? I'm not sure. It might be Oppenheimer.
Well, I don't think
I think they were.
Oppenheimer was a Nazi.
No, I don't think so. So that's. I don't think. I think it was. I read it. I read about it in this book. Did you read this book, the one about Norway and the heavy water in Norway? I don't think you were in
No.
my group. This was
Yeah.
during social studies, but we read this book about heavy water, which is basically deuterium water
Mm.
in Norway, where like the Nazis were using the plant in Norway that produced like all the world's heavy water, not all of it, but a lot of it, because heavy water is important for nuclear science. So then this team of like Norwegian like guerrilla forces, they like went in and like totally blew up the heavy water plant, which slowed down the uh, German nuclear program. So nice job,
Wow.
the Norwegians. It was
That's
an
bold.
operation launched by England. So England took some like because not the Nazis occupied Norway, so a ton of Norwegians escaped. Some of them went to Britain, like joined up in the war effort, and there was this like special commando that went out and like blew up the heavy water plant. So yeah, that's like a book I read.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, so that's like rocketry, and that's how it gets to America and the USSR, and that sets up our next thing. So shall we move on, or do you have anything else to say on rocketry?
Um, Here, I'll go back. Rocketry. I like it. I saw what was the movie? Doctor Strangelove, where the
Oh
dude
yes.
rides the nuke at the end.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw! I watched that when I was 11 with like Zach. We did not understand the movie. No
Uh-huh.
idea, but I remember because that was the scene that we obviously remembered because we were like, is this dude riding a nuke? What is going on? You
Uh-huh.
know? And then I remember I saw that scene being like parodied in like
Yep.
The Simpsons or in something
It is
else,
memed upon everywhere.
and I was like, I know this, you know.
Yes.
But he rode the rocket. He rode the rocket,
Yep.
and now everyone, yeah. Well,
Everyone.
maybe, hopefully, one day and we're gonna
One
talk
day.
about this. Space will be much more accessible. Space travel, all of that.
Yeah.
And it all starts here, and we're gonna talk about space shuttles going out of fashion in place of the new stuff. Like we're gonna look at the Crew Dragon, not the
Yes.
but the
My
Crew
hat.
Dragon. Yes, his hat. I could even see space transit taking a completely different form. Like obviously these are made
Yeah.
for aerodynamic purposes and stuff, but if we can figure out a new type of fuel to like, mitigate other forces, then we can start having, customizable stuff. If we really get
Customizable.
that far, like cyberpunk
Yeah.
level, you can custom as long as it has enough of whatever mystery fuel it is, you can just
Yeah.
take off. But yeah, that's
Hmm.
basically all I have to say about rocketry. It's definitely a
Yep.
field that is still evolving. Like I said, I think there's going to be
Definitely.
many more innovations, and we're going to talk about some of the innovations that have already been made a little later. But yeah, rocketry. I'm not really too afraid of planes, going on planes. I know
Hmm.
some people are. I would wonder if those people are also scared of going on rockets.
Yeah. They haven't been presented the opportunity
They
yet.
haven't been.
But yeah. So
The first
let's go to the
space
first
race
space
from
race.
1955
So
to 1975.
yeah, you may know this as just the space race. However, we here at Gravity Max Studios are optimistic, and we are predicting a second space race in 5 years.
There you go.
And I'm also like maybe 1% expecting to get clipped into a compilation of people that are over optimistic about space.
Wow.
So people in 2025 will be like, ha, look at this fool. He thought there would be a second space race.
Yeah. Or
Anyway,
they'll be like,
either way,
look at this herald, this harbinger of the future. How could he have
yeah,
known?
I think it's very easy to predict. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's funny actually. On a side note, with predictions, is that like people think like it's so incredible when someone makes a prediction, when usually people that are good at predicting are like I've like when I make a prediction, it's just sort of the natural consequence of this is that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if it happens, it's not surprising. But anyway,
Yeah,
so
it's
the
like
first space
it's
race. Yeah,
sorry, just a tangent. It's like when
yeah, yeah,
everyone is like, how did the Simpsons predict this? Or actually, you know what? Even screw the Simpsons.
yeah.
Um, a lot of people about, and I think we kind of touched upon this in conspiracies episode.
Hmm.
A lot of people are weirded out by the fact that the guy that owned the Twin Towers, bought specifically terrorist insurance on them like a month before 9/11. Like
Oh,
people were like, "Hey, did he know, did he set it up? Did he want the insurance money?" No. The reason why he did that, and people don't think about this because they just hear that and they're like, "Oh, well, it must have been insurance fraud, a scheme." No, it was because they knew that Al Qaeda existed and they knew that they were planning terrorist attacks. They
mm,
had like, and
yeah.
you can read a ton of books on 9/11. For that entire space of time leading up to 9/11, it wasn't a really a question of if, it was a question of when and how.
Mm,
And that's why this guy, and he owned a ton of other property in New York, I'm pretty sure. He bought terrorist insurance on literally everything he had.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times when you see, oh, they predicted this, and they also, oh, but look at this, how could they have known? It's because
Hmm.
people are sometimes a little
Yeah.
more, intuitive than we give them credit for. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, also people say, like The Simpsons, when they predicted that
yeah,
Trump would become president, they say, "How could they have known?"
he'd been
Guys, the
talking about it
episode
for forever.
no, the episode was made in the year 2000, literally while Trump was running a campaign.
Yeah,
Not many people know this, but he ran as a Reform Party candidate in the 2000 election. So essentially, they were making a pretty predictable joke there. Like it would be like me saying like, "Oh, Joe Jorgensen." Like, oh, like someone goes to the future. Joe Jorgensen is president. Isn't that crazy? Or like Howie Howard or whatever,
yeah.
that guy, the Green Party guy. Like they were just making a joke about the Reform Party, and they're like, "Oh, they predicted Trump," and I'm like, "That's stupid. That's stupid." Anyway, so the first space race.
Anyways, after all that negativity,
After all that, talking about predictions. So the Cold War. The Cold War.
the Cold
Here we have a picture of NATO in blue versus the Warsaw Pact in red,
money
and
versus capitalism,
money
money
versus
versus communism, rather.
yes. These are the official logos of. This is the official NATO logo on the left, if you didn't know. But anyway, so the Cold War slowly like materialized out of the ashes, out of the like destruction that was World War II. Everyone was like, "Oh, is there going to be peace now? Is everything all good?" But no, because the Allies were only allied against Germany, and as soon as like the most dangerous threat was gone, they were like, "Okay, we can turn on each other now." And so the USSR, communist. We did a whole episode on the history of the USSR, so
Mm-hmm.
if you want more context, you can check that out. Um, and yeah, so the Cold War established itself in many ways. Most prominently, I would say, in terms of like impact in geopolitics. Well, I don't know. This is pretty prominent as well. But one of the things that you might know is about all the different, what do they call it? The proxy wars that occurred between the US and the USSR, like the Vietnam War. Um, that's the most prominent one that we know of in the US. Then you also had like Afghanistan, which was the USSR's like big failure,
Mm-hmm.
whereas Vietnam was ours. And then you had, the US like sponsoring like the Contras and like
Yep.
overthrowing the like democratically elected like guy in Iran, right?
Oh yeah,
You
I could
talked
talk.
about
I
that
could talk
story.
about that. I've
You
told
could
that
talk
story
for hours.
so many times. I could talk about that
Yep.
forever because it's just insane
Yeah.
how quickly they were able to just flip an entire country. But I'm not getting
Yeah.
into that again.
But yeah. So that's
But yeah.
basically the Truman Doctrine, which is
Mm-hmm.
I forget the exact quote, but it's like we must make it our policy to like protect like free peoples or whatever around the world. That's
Yeah, and
from
then
President
that went
Truman.
into
Then I don't think it was him specifically, but the U.S. Well, this was 1954. I don't think he was president in 1954, so I guess it's not technically his fault. But the U.S. was sort of going under the Truman Doctrine, but often sponsored a ton of like fascist regimes.
mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, at least they're not communist was essentially uh, the philosophy there. But another way that the Cold War manifested itself was in the space race. Um, and so it began, the USSR initiated the space race by being like, okay, uh, well, if you think about it militarily, right, you have the ground, the water, and the air. Like I think there are a few other domains, but if you think about it, like a lot of military conflicts can sort of be termed in like naval superiority, ground superiority, air superiority. And so the Soviets were like, there is no one in space yet. So we can get space superiority. And that is what they wanted to do. And America was like, oh, we can't let them do that. So we're going to try to fight them as well. Um, and yeah, for the first part, the Soviets were totally winning.
Yep.
But then America comes from behind and takes the gold at the end. So we're going to
It's
go through that.
yeah, it's so fascinating about just this entire time period because it was both it was just a combined. I just feel like it was so much more extreme in pretty much every single way.
Hmm.
As in, there were like the good things were really nice, but the terror and this general level of fear was also
Mm.
really large and prevalent. I remember I asked my dad. I was like, and I should ask my grandpa too. I should be like, well, I said to my dad, I was like, what was it like, to grow up in the Cold War? My dad was born in 1969, so I'm like, what
Hmm.
was it like to uh, to go through it? And he was like, he just talked about how he wasn't really, into the news at the time and stuff like that, but he basically every time he heard that something bad had happened, they would always connect it back to Russia. Like pretty much any time anything happened, like oh the economy's gone down, it's the Russians, like there's big conflict in Vietnam,
Thanks,
it's
Russia.
it's the Russians,
Yeah,
even though that was the Russians.
that was, yeah.
But and obviously that happened before like my dad was born, so he didn't hear about the
Mm.
Vietnam War. But like I mean as it was going on, but stuff like that, and they did the drills. Like you gotta hide under your desk so that the nuclear
Yes.
bomb doesn't
Yep.
get you.
Yeah. My mom had to do that as well.
Yep.
She born the same year.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah,
yeah, the nuclear bomb.
it's
Hide
just
under your desk.
yeah, it's so interesting because and like the 80s
Yeah.
is if I could go back to a decade it'd be the 80s. I love saying that I would love to go
The
back
80s is pretty
to
cool.
the 20s, but there were a lot of underlying issues in the
The 20s was
20s.
pretty rough,
Yeah.
I'll admit.
It would be the 80s
Yeah. I
100%.
think every decade was pretty, to be honest. I would say you don't want to go back in time. That's my suggestion.
For the
Because
most
because
part.
everything's just slightly worse. It's more dramatic the farther back you go, so you don't really know what it is. But I bet there's like a ton of diseases that are like today are just like, oh, no problem. Well, not no problem, but like we have a treatment for that. Whereas in the 80s, it would be like, I'm sorry, sir.
I'm so sorry.
Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like you see the life expectancy.
Yeah.
But
But
this
yes,
is more
yeah.
dramatic in whenever people are like, oh, I'd like to go back to like, the 1800s, the Industrial Revolution for some reason. I don't know. I'm just picking a random thing, right? And they'd be like, oh, well, did you know there was no penicillin? So you would just die from infection. And it's like, yeah, we understand that.
Yeah, we know.
But the same applies to like literally maybe not last year. This is a bad year to pick. I think 2020 is it's an outlier to a trend, but like 2018 compared to 2019, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like there was probably some minor things, but regardless,
Yeah,
we're very talkative this
regardless.
episode.
Yeah, no, we are. We're just going on a ton of
But
tangents.
yeah.
But to be in the control room
Hmm.
during like the moon landing, like I honestly don't think there was like like there's just greatest moments of just pure human
Mm.
excitement and pure just
Yeah.
absolute joy and victorious glory was end of World War II. Not really end of World War One because after that everyone was like,
Everyone was just
oh.
haunted.
Yeah,
What
everyone
have we
was
done?
just completely haunted. But after World War II, like the famous picture of the people kissing in New York, I'm
Oh
pretty sure.
yeah. Oh my God.
Um,
You mentioned that. There's this whole thing about that picture.
what's up with the
I won't
picture?
it's my mom loves to like talk about and rip on this picture. She hates that picture because it's actually like I'm not sure of the full story behind it, but like they aren't actually a couple, two people in that picture. It's just like a random guy found like a nurse on the street and was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna kiss you now."
Wow, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, not wholesome. Because there's this the reason why she likes to talk about it so much is that there's this big statue in the middle of our town that is based on the picture. And whenever we drive by it, she like predictably there's always a comment about it, and I'm like, okay, I get it. We don't need to talk about this every single time we pass the statue.
Yeah,
But
that's funny.
anyway, so yeah.
Jem is in chat
Oh
with
yes, let's
an
see.
incorrect claim.
first. You were not first, Jam McCarthy, in 1975. You were second. So, and how does that make you feel?
But yeah, so there's so
Yeah.
much innovation, just so much
Mhm.
innovation, but also, you know, so much fear and
Mm.
death as well, if factoring in the proxy wars, and the creation of and okay, this is again, it's another tangent. I'm gonna keep this 30 seconds. There is a fantastic video that I literally recommend everyone to watch.
Mhm.
And it is, and I'm just noticing that the screen is like slightly shifted to the right. Maybe, I don't know. That would
Oh
be
no.
OBS messy.
Wait.
It's like up by a couple of pixels.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think we're good. But the video is, it's funny because it's in VR chat, but
Mhm.
it's these guys in VR chat and they're talking with a veteran who was an aerial gunner, and an aerial gunner is someone that sits in a plane, and there's like a bunch of different planes that you can sit on, and just basically fires the biggest guns that the military has to offer, to provide aerial support for whoever, right? And he's talking about it, and it's a really grim story because he's talking about like the worst day of his life, like in the military and stuff like that. But he makes a point, because someone asked him like, what were the politics like? Like it was kind of an interview. The guy was like, "What were the politics like when you're sitting with your fellow buddies?" He was deployed in Afghanistan, and in the I guess that's also part of Afghanistan. This river valley part of Afghanistan,
Mm.
and he was talking about how people kind of found it really, like, not funny, but they kind of saw that everything was kind of self-determined because they knew that, you know, we had funded, um, you know, Al Qaeda and the Taliban with
Yeah.
weapons to fight the Soviets. And he said this quote, and I'm gonna misquote him, but it was along the lines of how we had created our own enemy, and he was
Mm.
talking about that, and I feel like that was the big, if anything stands out about the Cold War, other than the music from both sides, just glorious, but just
Yep.
tremendous. But
Wonderful.
if one thing stands out, it is just the panicked nature of,
Mm.
honestly, of both countries. Both countries were acting like just paranoid people, because that's what it was. It was, the Cold War was the most, probably the greatest era of paranoia that this planet has ever known. And the fact
Mm.
that it was so recent and only ended in 91 is crazy to me.
Yeah. I mean, you've got, McCarthyism, and you've got like American nuclear missiles in Turkey and Soviet
Yep.
nuclear missiles in Cuba. And then it's just all not fun.
What day? What day did the Soviet Union fall? Because we're gonna come up on the 30-year
Uh,
anniversary.
I don't know. It was complicated. Like
It was because
I saw a
different
thing. It was
things pulled out.
like someone kidnapped, like some group kidnapped like Gorbachev, but then like the president, like it was weird. It's like
December
the president
26,
over, like, I don't
1991 is what this thing
know.
is
Okay.
giving me.
All right.
I guess that's like the
But yeah.
official date. So December 26th will be the 30-year anniversary
Oh yeah.
of the Soviet Union falling and of the Cold War ending. But yeah, so yeah, that's the
That's
Cold
funny.
War. So
Yeah.
just innovation and paranoia are the two best adjectives to describe that. And obviously,
Yep.
relating to space travel, we're going to talk about the achievements. But yeah,
Yep.
it's crazy.
So yeah. So let's start with Sputnik 1. Look at
Sputnik.
this little guy.
Look at him go.
Look at him. It's a nice, I think it's a cute little space probe. So it's like just a sphere of metal with 4 antennas sticking out. And so the Russians launched this in 1957. I think it was October 1957. I don't know the exact
Let's
date,
see. Let's see.
but it's October 1957, maybe.
You want to give me a number? It is October 1957. Give me a
I
number.
would just guess 20. but
It's October 4th.
October 4, 1957.
Yes.
So Sputnik 1 was launched. It became the first artificial object in space. So the first man-made object, uh, well, in space and in orbit. There's some debate. Like I watched this video a while ago. Like I vaguely remember this like one video I watched where there was like a manhole during like some American like nuclear test in the 40s was like accidentally just like shot into the air and then no one ever saw it again. And people are wondering, wait, did that thing go to space? But Sputnik 1 was the first thing intentionally there.
That's funny.
And it also harbored the first life brought into space, bacteria just on the surface, you know.
Yeah, no.
Although that was unintentional.
It was hysterical because in art class in 7th grade, it was definitely in middle school, in either 7th or 8th grade, I was in art with this other kid who shall not be named. But he told me, and he goes skiing a lot, he told me that him and his skiing buddies up in like Vermont or Maine or wherever the hell had found an abandoned warehouse full of hydrazine, which is rocket fuel. He tells me, hey, we found this abandoned barn full of hydrazine. And I'm like, well, what are you going to do with that? And he's like, I'm going to shoot something into space. And I'm like, okay, could you do me a favor? And he's like, sure. And I'm like, could you name it Scooter? And the reason I told him to name it Scooter was because I just finished playing the Telltale game of Tales from the Borderlands, which is about Borderlands, like the video game, but Telltale's take on it. And the guy in charge of basically transportation, kind of including space transportation, was named Scooter. And I'm like, you know what, name it the Scooter. I don't know. He was obviously lying. I don't know to what extent he was lying. But at any rate, I got close to having Scooter up in space, so I could have been on the list. Or something that I had named would have been on the list of things that went up to space. But you know what? Maybe it is up there and you just forgot to tell me. So maybe there is some form of something that got blasted out of a barn with however many gallons of hydrazine is now orbiting the Earth, named Scooter.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like I think Sputnik 1 is referenced in The Iron Giant when the like CIA or FBI or whatever, that the guy, like that agent, he's like, the Russians, they've got satellites in space that go overhead. Like he was referencing Sputnik 1 there. But yeah, let's see. I'm just looking into some of the like science achievements. I mean, the main achievement was just getting something into space. It's like the size of a basketball, Sputnik 1. Oh, and they took some, let's see, I think they took some photographs. I think that's what they did. But primarily, so the one thing, the reason why this scared America so much was the military purposes that this could potentially be used for, Sputnik 1. And the later Sputnik missions. This demonstration basically says, oh yeah, we can put cameras in space and spy on you. We can put weapons in space and bomb you. We can do whatever we want because we have space power, you know? So that was the threat of Sputnik 1. So America got very nervous, very uneasy, started quaking in our boots. And so President Dwight D. Eisenhower was like, all right, we got to do something about this. So he created NASA in 1958. So NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Agency, was created in order to, I guess, keep up with the Russians, to rival them, ideally surpass them. That's what it was made to do. So yeah, so now we're going into NASA.
Yeah, so NASA, when I was a kid, I wanted to work for NASA.
Yeah.
Now I want to work for SpaceX.
I'd like to work.
But
either, honestly.
Either. It was, I mean, I remember I was thinking about this earlier. It was like,
Mhm.
now Bezos. I think we might have talked about this on stream. Now that Bezos is the richest, everyone
Yeah.
uses him as an adjective. Like you would say, "Oh, he's rich like Bezos," or "He's got Bezos money." If you're trying to be hyperbolic. But I remember
Yes.
back when we were kids, we would say Gates because back then
Yep.
Bill Gates was it. We
It
used
will
that
be
for
Musk by the turn of
he's
the decade.
he's got that Elon
I'm very
money.
happy.
Yeah.
He's
But
got that Elon money.
um it's
I
just
think Elon is exactly the type of person you want to have as the richest person. Because like Gates, charitable. Like I just mean I'm being sort of facetious here, but I mean, don't you want the mad scientist type of guy to be who everyone looks up to?
we shall
I'm
see.
kind of joking,
We shall see.
but
We shall see.
but you've got nerdy charitable Gates, but like pretty normal. Well, not normal because I don't know what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
well,
Well,
nice guys finish last, huh, Gates?
well, no, no,
You
no.
got
What I
beat
mean
out
is,
by Lex Luthor.
I guess, yeah, like Elon Musk is such an eccentric personality, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That I think it gives
I
like
think
character
I have the
to the
same.
richest man label.
I think I have the
But yeah.
same personality type as him with the 16 personalities, the
Oh
Myers-Briggs.
yes, the Myers-Briggs.
I think we share. Yeah, and I'm looking at going to UPenn, which
Yeah.
is the college
Hmm.
that Elon Musk went to.
That's where he made PayPal, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. But anyways, the reason I was talking about
Yeah.
colloquialisms and stuff in the vernacular, both two massive words that are not in my vernacular,
Mhm.
are the reason it was because when we were in school, we were still in school. When we were
Yep.
younger in school, I remember that if you wanted to say that you were smart, you were like, I could work at NASA. Or I'm gonna work at NASA, or I have an uncle that works at NASA. If you wanted to sound like very
My uncle,
yeah,
my uncle works at Microsoft.
actually,
He's gonna delete your account.
it's gonna delete your account. But yeah, NASA was really the gold standard back then.
Mhm.
It's kind of fallen off now, to be honest. Like, they have funding issues. Like, they don't get enough of the budget that they need to really compete.
They're getting more of a budget, though.
They are.
I will say.
Yeah, it's Space Force.
I'm very.
What?
I'm happy about their increasing budget.
Yeah. But it's I really like that. I always found that awesome that you could be like, I want to work at NASA, and it doesn't matter. Everyone is like, awesome, dude, and that's how they know, like, hey, you got something working up there. If they think you could actually do it, if you're just like, if you are addicted to aerosols, apologies to all of our viewers that are addicted to aerosols.
All of our.
But
that's like 30% of our audience. Come on.
It's 30%.
I'm just kidding. Don't insult the target demographic. People on air.
Oh, that would be hysterical if you went into your YouTube analytics and you could ask YouTube, hey, what percentage of my viewers
they start a new statistic
are addicted to aerosols?
Yep.
It's like 57%. And Logan Paul is like, oh no.
You know what?
But
I bet Google knows to like a 90% certainty for any given person whether or not they're addicted to aerosols. Like they've got all their algorithms,
Yeah,
I gotta say, based on what you search alone, they probably know. If they can know to sell you like whatever food, you know what I mean, the targeted ads, they probably know.
It's like this person bought 20 cans of SPF 30 and 40 cans of WD 40. Something is going on.
Yeah, that would be Bezos. That would be Amazon.
Either they have extremely sensitive skin and an Autobot that needs lubing, or they're addicted to aerosols.
Oh my god. But yeah, so NASA.
So I loved it being the gold standard. I loved it being there because that's when, because scientific literacy, one of the most important things that you can get out of an education. But there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's NASA. NASA was created to counter Sputnik 1 and Sputnik 2.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, so one of the first things that NASA did, that America with NASA did, was launch Explorer 1, which was the American Sputnik 1. And you've probably never heard of it because no one cares who does it second.
Yep.
That's the trend with space stuff. People just know the first one. Um, so yeah, Explorer 1, we're like, we can do it too, Russia. That's the first half of the space race was just a series of we can do it too, Russia. But then a certain man changed the game, but we'll get to that later.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Explorer 1. I mean, not much to say here. It's just sort of like the American version, the American achievement. Similar things. It's saying to Russia now, like, oh, you don't have space superiority. We also have space stuff, so we can also spy on you. We can also, drop bombs on you if we want. So that's essentially how the whole Cold War worked. With the nuclear arms race, you just had like America was like, how many nukes does Russia have? And they're like, they have 1,000. Okay, well, we need to have 2,000. And then Russia's like, how many nukes does America have? 2,000. We need to have 3,000. And then they just got more and more nukes. So the same thing occurred with the space race. The Cold War, again, the paranoia, right? Anything that the Russians did that America didn't would be a weakness for America in the eyes of the strategists, and the same applied for Russia. So both were just constantly trying to match each other so as not to become disadvantaged. Um, they wanted no room for weakness, and so yeah, I mean that's why the space race occurred. We call it the space race. It was a race to develop uh, space capabilities, just like the arms race was a race to develop arms, uh, being nuclear weapons, not arms, but everyone knows that. So yeah, that's Explorer 1.
There is no prize for second place.
Yeah, participation trophy.
All right, Vostok 1 with the
Yes,
Mad
Vostok.
Lad himself inside.
Yes,
And
Yuri Gagarin.
yeah, I just found out a couple of months ago that it was pronounced Gagarin. I've always pronounced it Gargarin, but Yuri Gagarin.
Russia.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Yuri Gagarin became the first man in space. Wait, what year is that? Was it 1960? I don't know. Here, wait. When was Vostok 1?
1963 or 62?
1961, April 12th, 1961.
Wow.
So this mission involved going up, orbiting around a few times, then coming back. And that's what Yuri Gagarin did.
And he was screaming the entire time.
Maybe. We will never know.
There wasn't they had to have had some form of radio, but it couldn't have been good if it was the 60s.
Maybe.
I would love to imagine he was just like the Russian, not Roscosmos or the Soviet space program.
Yeah.
Was like, Yuri, are you okay? And he's like, I'm doing fine. And then he cuts his radio and he's like,
yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know about Russia, but I know that the early American space programs basically just hired a ton of test pilots, a ton of for planes, for supersonic planes. So these people were accustomed to. They would hop in these planes and they're like, oh, there's a 50% chance that this plane goes so fast that it rips itself apart. Have fun.
Yep.
And they were like, sure. So they were totally willing to do this as well. So yeah, Yuri Gagarin orbited the Earth a few times and then came back.
And he made history.
Yeah.
And the Soviets also had the first woman in space.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people think it's Sally Ride, and I thought it was Sally Ride.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Sally Ride was the first woman from America in space. She was the first astronaut, but the first
Yeah.
cosmonaut
Cosmonaut. Yes.
was I'm gonna slaughter her name, so just look it up. But it's like Valeria
Yeah.
or Valentina. It starts with a V. First
Okay.
woman in space. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not Sally K. Ride. It's Valentina Tereshkova is the best
Nice. I'm
going to get.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah, that
sorry,
is interesting.
Valentina.
I am so sorry. Yeah, Russia, their space program, they were more, I guess, egalitarian, you could say. Um, it was sort of for like propaganda, I think. I'm not sure the motives exactly, but they wanted to like basically just insult America. So they were like, "Oh, look how sexist America is." So they, like that's part of it. But yes, that's what they did. While yeah, NASA was essentially just a boys' club.
Yeah.
During the space race era, all the astronauts. But so that's Vostok
All right.
1. So next we get Mercury-Atlas 6. So this is part of the Mercury program, which starts with, a few test missions, Mercury Redstone, where they sent just unmanned missions into orbit to prepare for a manned mission. Again, just trying to keep up with Russia, because Russia's like, oh, America, look what we got. We now have a person in space. So we can have this guy, shoot you from space. And America's like, oh no, we can't allow that.
He's gonna snipe
So
the president from space.
yeah, exactly. They've got entry-resistant bullets.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Mercury-Atlas 6, this was launched in 1962. Where's the date? February 20th, 1962. And this is the famous, this is John Glenn. This is the famous flight. I don't know what they call it. But John Glenn, you probably heard that name, first American to orbit the Earth. So yeah. Actually, I think Blue Origin, which is a private company, it's Bezos company. I think their rocket is called the New Glenn rocket.
Nice.
That's what they call it.
Yeah. So Glenn is basically the American Gagarin.
Yeah, exactly. So first American to orbit. I think he was supposed to orbit 7 times, right? But then wasn't there a problem? I watched that movie, The Right Stuff. I think that's what it was called.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, but they were supposed to go around. Okay, yeah, they were supposed to go around 7 times, but then like something went wrong, so he came back down after 3 times. But yeah.
Way to go,
Anyway,
Glenn.
no, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, I know.
It was the rushed rocketry, because again, it's like the frantic. Oh my God, Russia, very frightening.
Yeah.
So yeah, just another achievement. So we're getting to the point where the whole space race at this point is centered around orbital achievements, like low Earth orbit achievements. So after this, there were there's a variety of other things. Like you had the first EVA, which is extravehicular activity, where the astronauts get in spacesuits, walk around on the hull of the spaceship, fix stuff. Russia got the first EVA, and like all the achievements, it was just Russia. They kept winning, and America was not pleased with all this. They were like, this is unfortunate. What are we going to do about this? And so then one man changes the game.
And his name is John F. Kennedy.
Yes, John F. Kennedy. He decided, okay, our problem right now is that we are just playing a game of catch up, because the Russians are already ahead of us in like low Earth orbit development. So they're just going to keep winning. There's no real opportunity for us to pull ahead of them. What we need to do is just start a completely different task, because then now Russia and America are starting at the same place. Um, and so that's what he did when he gave the "We Choose to Go to the Moon" speech at Rice University in
Another
1962.
college I'm looking at. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm looking at Rice as well.
Yeah.
That's my top choice right now, actually.
Wow.
So yeah,
That'd be
I
awesome.
very
If we could go to
yeah,
college together, that would be crazy.
that would be very high quality. Yeah, we would
um,
continue these live
yeah, we
streams.
would, and we would be
Um,
in the same room at that point.
oh yeah, maybe we could. Yeah, I wonder if they. I don't know.
Rice is
When
a
I've been like researching
yeah.
colleges, like some people care like a lot about the dorm rooms or whatever. I don't really pay attention to that because I'm like, I have already like, I think it's a foregone conclusion that it is not the lap of luxury.
Yeah.
Like,
Um,
you know what I mean? Like with dorm rooms and stuff,
yeah,
people are
no,
always
and
like,
but Rice is a smaller college. Like
yeah,
from what I remember, I did a bunch of virtual tours. Um,
hmm
I think that they I forget what their student body size is, but it's smaller than the average, which
yeah.
usually equates to nicer dorms. So there you
Oh, that's true. But yeah, so this is, I've got the quote from Kennedy
go. Oh,
on the slide.
should I do
So,
it in the
no, I'll
voice?
read it. I'll read
Oh,
it.
you got it. Okay.
Well, I'm not going to read it in the voice.
Well, you got to do it in
So,
the voice.
well, okay. That's the voice that you got.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cartoon voice.
It is the cartoon
That's
voice.
I think I remember it. You see, I don't want to insult people from Boston.
Okay.
That's the thing.
That's fine.
Uh,
All right, go ahead.
so yeah, it's we choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win. JFK, 1962. So yeah, it's a very long speech. You should listen to the whole thing. It is very top notch. He's like I remember some other bits of it. It's like some people ask like, why do such an undertaking? And I ask, why climb the highest mountain? You know, why do anything, right? Uh, so it's just interesting how Kennedy reframed the space race to give America the advantage with this new objective. And yeah, because at this point, after all these losses, right,
Mm-hmm.
Americans were beginning to say, okay, so I'm paying like how much for this every year, like out of my tax dollars, right? How much money's coming out of my pockets for this? Kennedy actually addresses that in the speech. He's like, it would require like X dollars from every like man, woman, and child in America, but like it's worth it. And so yeah, so that's the "We Choose to Go to the Moon" speech. And you may notice, you may remember, we choose to go to the moon in this decade. So that was the goal. That was the deadline that Kennedy set, which really like set people like, oh, we gotta do this, because he said this in 1962. So this meant we had until 1970 to get to the moon,
And
right?
we just
And
slid
so
under the
we
door.
just slid in
We
there,
got it.
like it's like submitting an assignment at like 11:32 p.m. You know,
Yep.
because we got to the moon in July 20th of 1969. So just barely got it. But yeah, another reason that this goal, like Americans would become so motivated to achieve this goal, is that Kennedy got assassinated. And so it's like, we can't fail him. We must avenge him, you know?
Yes.
Like it increased the motivation. Um, so yeah. Because let me tell you, I think every president, like you got, I think it's like Trump, Obama, and Bush. I think they've all made like get back to the moon goals. I think Obama's like was like 2028 and Trump's now is like 2024. I'm just going to tell you, I don't think either of those goals. I don't think many people are as motivated by that as the people motivated by the Kennedy, 1969. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He was also just a very good speaker, Kennedy. So, but yeah.
We choose
So this,
to go to the moon. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Um, yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna I like Boston, I must say. Boston is a nice city.
Well, that's a stretch. I'm
Well,
joking.
compared to New York, I've been to New York City and I've been to Boston, and I
Okay.
much prefer Boston
Wow.
because New York
I
City,
love
you've
how
got
he's like, I don't want to incite people, and then he's like, oh,
okay.
by the
That's
way,
true.
Boston is a better city than New York City.
Listen, I go into New York City, right? There's trash all over the ground, like the streets littered with trash. That's New York City.
What part
You
of
go
New
to
York?
Boston,
What part of New York?
I mean, you just step off the train, Grand Central Station or whatever, in Manhattan, okay? But then you got Boston, the streets, there's trash here and there because it's a city, right? Like that's expected, but it is much less. Like they
I
keep
would have
things spiffy
always
there.
thought that you would prefer New York. It boggles my mind
It
because
boggles your mind.
it boggles my mind because I love saying that.
Why would I like New York?
But
Yeah. Yeah, what's
because
yeah.
New York City is organized so logically. It's on a grid, and you have districts for stuff. Like if you want to go to if you want to get Chinese food, you go to Chinatown.
Yeah.
If you want to, if you want to go wherever, you go to wherever town.
Is Boston not on a grid?
Boston has some of the worst roads ever in a city. Look at an aerial photo of Boston. It's like the Gordian knot. There are so many roads that intersect, and it is not organized because
well, you see, I'm not the one that I wasn't when I went to both of these cities. I wasn't the one that had to do the navigation. I would just follow my parents around.
When you start driving, I think you might like New York just a tad bit better.
Are you sure? I don't think I'd like either of them once I'm actually driving. Maybe if I'm walking on my own, sure. But the traffic, I mean,
it's easier.
LA is the worst traffic, but
I don't know. I wonder which city is easier to get around on foot on, Boston or New York, because New York you can take the subway.
Boston's smaller.
Boston is smaller,
and I bet they have a subway. I think
they do.
I think every city has a subway essentially.
I don't know. I went to Boston like once, and that's when the marathon attack happened. So I don't really
like the day it happened.
Yeah, I was in Boston when the Boston Marathon happened.
That is wow. So okay, that is understandable why you don't like Boston.
No, Boston. It is a fantastic city. To be honest.
Yeah.
I just half my family's from New York, so I got it. Anyways.
that's fair. No, 3 out of my 4 grandparents were born in New York City, so I understand. And one of my parents was born in New York City. Yeah, I understand. I'm also very much
Teddy Roosevelt. He was born in New York City.
True. Yeah, and he's like the honorary grandparent of everyone, right?
He is my actual grandfather.
Oh wow, we've got a Roosevelt here.
Yes. Oh wait, that would make me, if he was my grandfather, that would make me Kermit Roosevelt, and I would have to flip over Iran in 1953.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
Well, or he could be on your mom's side, because then you wouldn't have the name Roosevelt.
Ooh, that's fair. So I'd be related to Kermit Roosevelt.
Yeah. So maybe it's a good thing not to be a Roosevelt.
Maybe. Anyways, no, if we're talking about maybe it's a good thing to not have the last name, let's talk about
maybe it's a good thing not to be a
Kennedys. Oh my god.
Yes, so JFK got assassinated by, Lee Harvey Oswald. However, before that even happened, his brother, died in, I forget what war it was. But his brother was in the army. I guess it was World War II?
Let's see.
Yeah, it was probably World War II. So his older brother died at the age of 18 or 19 in military service, right? And so all of his siblings, because the next, Robert Kennedy, 1968, he was running for president.
Yep.
Robert Kennedy, he got assassinated.
Well, he won.
And then another...
He won... in the California Democratic presidential primary.
Oh, yeah.
Then he was shot by this guy. Here I could rattle them off.
Oh yeah,
1944, Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. dies when the aircraft he was piloting exploded.
yeah.
1948, Kathleen Kennedy died in a plane crash. So that's two planes
Oh
right
yeah.
there. That was an infant. Um, JFK is killed in Dallas, Texas, in November 22, 1963.
11/22/63.
Yep, Robert F. Kennedy,
That's I'll remember that date
because
because
of the book.
of the book.
Yeah.
Well, I should because of the assassination, but I'm just gonna be honest. It's because of the book. I know I could know 1963 like easy, but the 11/22 part, that's just because of the book. That's all book.
Yeah.
But yeah.
1968, Robert F. Kennedy.
Mhm.
1984, David A. Kennedy, drug overdose. 1997, Michael Kennedy, skiing accident in Aspen. 1999, JFK Jr. died in a plane crash.
Oh my God! Wow.
Cara Kennedy, heart attack. Um, Mary Kennedy committed suicide. Um, 2019. I don't know how to
Oh
say
wow.
that first name. But another Kennedy, the granddaughter of Robert Kennedy, died of a drug overdose. And April
Jesus.
2nd, 2020.
Oh
Um,
wait, serious?
I'm dead serious. April
I don't
2nd,
remember this.
2020, Maeve Kennedy and Gideon McKean, her 8-year-old son, went missing during a canoe trip in the Chesapeake Bay, and their bodies were found on April 6th and
Oh
April
my
8th.
God. So yeah, the Kennedys, and then like the one Kennedy that survived like drove a woman into a lake,
Yep.
the Chappaquiddick.
Yep.
So the
Also,
Kennedys,
previously Ted Kennedy,
bad luck. Yeah.
who I think might have been the guy that did that whole lake thing,
Hmm.
survived
That was.
survived a plane crash. Um, and yes, here you go. 1969, July 18th, 1969. So just 2 days before we got on the moon.
Hmm.
Ted
Oh
Kennedy
yeah, that's the Chappaquiddick.
accidentally drove his car
Yeah.
off a bridge in Massachusetts, resulting in the death of his passenger. And on the night of the incident, he wondered whether some awful curse did actually hang over all of the Kennedys.
Honestly, it's like some sort of like witch in like the 1800s like put a curse on their
It's like,
family
yeah, his
name.
great great grandfather, Herschel Kennedy or whatever,
Yeah,
was,
like
yeah,
insulted a like beggar woman, and she was like,
exactly.
"Oh, I curse you and your family with 1,000 years of bad luck." And
Yeah.
he's like, "Whatever." Then proceeds to like trip on his shoelaces into a bear trap or something. And then he's
So
like,
many plane crashes though. Like, that's
"Yeah,
insane. That's crazy to me.
yeah." It's like no. If you are on a plane, right? Imagine this. Imagine this. You're on a plane, and the flight attendant says, like, "May such and such Kennedy please come like to the front desk? We have like a seating arrangement." Get off the plane.
You get off the plane.
You get off the plane.
No, you just hear behind you. You're just sitting there reading your magazine, and you hear behind you the guy in the seat right next to you is playing a game, or spitting game with the girl next to him, and he's like, "Hey, I don't know if you know, but I'm actually the great grandson of JFK." Get off the plane. You gotta
Ultra
press the
instinct to
help
get off.
button, like on the top
Exactly.
right next to the lights. You gotta spam the help button, and you're like,
I
yep,
want off this
sorry,
plane.
I'm out. I know you guys got parachutes. Just give me one of them. I got better luck. Let's go. Let's just go right now. I'm
Exactly.
not doing this.
Yep. But yeah. So.
But yeah. So yeah, those are the Kennedys, the Kennedy curse, and his plan to go to the moon.
Yep.
Next up, we got the Gemini program with
the Gemini program.
Astrological sign right there.
Yeah, exactly. That's because it's the twins, so they have the symbol, the 2. So yeah. So the Gemini program, it was a NASA program. I'm forgetting now what exactly they did during the Gemini program.
What did they do?
Do you have any info on it?
Yeah. So the Gemini space program was it was basically the Yeah, I'm reading off this is basically what I was kind of thinking.
Mhm.
It wasn't, they didn't have too many um actual like I don't know what the best way to say it was, but they were more focused on improving on what was
Oh, okay.
rather than expanding into what could be. It was
Hmm.
perfecting what had been done in the Mercury stuff, so getting men into orbit, allowing for people to eventually get to the moon, stuff
Okay.
like that. That was
Yeah,
all,
they did.
it was all
Yeah.
formative stuff. Um,
Yeah, one really important thing they did during Gemini was the rendezvous and docking,
mhm.
like with two vehicles, because that was a big part of the Apollo like mission. It was you got the two rockets that go to the moon, or the two ships. One stays in orbit, the other goes down to the moon, has to come back up and rendezvous. So they did the rendezvous in Earth orbit first to make sure they could do it. They also got a ton of EVAs done, and yeah, as you said, they were just perfecting
Yep.
on what they had already accomplished, like streamlining it, making sure they could do it reliably, because
Yes.
you don't want it to just be a fluke, because then that is bad news for the later parts of the program. Um, yeah, so
Uh,
that's Gemini.
yeah, and you might know some of the names of the people on the Gemini involved with the Gemini program, such
Hmm.
as little known astronaut, not really too successful, Neil Armstrong, Edwin
Yep,
Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins, who is always forgotten, but
everyone forgets
God
him.
bless you, Michael Collins. I always remember him. I always remember him
I
because
salute you, Michael Collins.
everyone loves to
Everyone
say
forgets him.
who was the third person on the mission up there. I don't think he actually went on
Oh
the
yeah,
moon,
someone. Yeah,
but
someone like one teacher in like one class I remember like facetiously asked that to like demonstrate it, and I'm like, Michael Collins. And then she was like, who was the fourth person? And I'm like, oh, you got me there. But yeah.
I would have been like, "What's my name, teacher?"
What's my name? Exactly.
But yeah, um, yeah. But anyways, like, who is the fourth person to walk into this classroom? Yeah, I'd throw a real curveball at her.
Yeah,
But yeah, so
exactly.
Gemini improving upon what was, like Max said, a lot
Yep.
of EVAs, like the spacewalks, and a
Yeah,
lot of,
that's the picture we got.
yeah,
He's on a
yeah,
tether, walking around on the hull, floating around, fixing stuff. That's like the that's people in movies, and just when they like show videos of like NASA stuff and like International Space Station stuff, people love spacewalks for some reason.
yeah,
The movies love it for drama. They're like, "Oh no, I'm floating away." This is like it's not like, you know, we specifically have tethers for this. Like, oh, the tether broke somehow, cuz like why would I even like why would you bring a tether in the first place if it's just going to break?
yeah,
Stupid movie stuff. But people love spacewalk stuff. There's probably like in terms of all like space video, like real space, like real footage from space you've seen, there's probably a disproportionate amount of spacewalk in there, which is just fascinating,
yeah.
like compared to how often they actually have to do spacewalks. Because you don't want to have to do a spacewalk. That typically means something has gone wrong on the outside of the ship, and you have to fix it.
Yeah,
Um,
like we were talking about, and we're gonna talk about this man quite a bit through this entire season. You already know who I'm talking
yep.
about. The man, the myth, the legend, my personal hero, Chris Hadfield.
Yep.
He, on his very first spacewalk, he had gunk in his eye, and because there is no gravity, it
Oh no.
blinded him in both of his eyes.
Both eyes.
But because
That's
he
crazy.
was trained enough, all he did
Mm-hmm.
was he just got himself back in. He had people that could have helped him. He was just like, yeah, I was blind in space and I
Mm.
didn't panic. He said that's the
Dang.
one thing you have to have
Don't
to be an
panic.
astronaut. Don't panic.
Yeah.
Exactly, like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes.
Just don't panic.
Exactly.
But
That's
Gemini,
another. I read
yeah.
the first one of that book, but I need to read all the later ones.
Oh, dude, I think so long and thanks for all the fish is
Mm.
probably going to be the last words I say before I die. I think I
Oh my
reasoned that
god.
out when I first
So
read it,
long and
and I'm
that's
like,
great.
that is such a good send off. Just so long and
Hmm.
thanks for all the fish.
Yep.
But
I
yeah,
remember I
yeah,
like the teapot or the flower pot and the
yes,
whale
the whale. Yep.
just falling to their deaths. It's a very interesting book. Um, but yeah, sorry, go ahead. But that's interesting with the like gunk in space.
Yeah, he was just
Not fun because you also
blind,
can't
and
wipe your eyes.
yeah, he couldn't wipe his eyes. He couldn't do anything, and but he was well trained enough that he was able to just be okay.
He made it. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's all about precision. Gemini was all about precision. JFK is
Hmm.
like, let's get to the moon. NASA's like, let's figure out how. That's what Gemini
Yep.
was. And
Yeah.
that's where we see our all-star players start coming in, like
Yeah.
Neil Armstrong and Buzz and Michael Collins, God bless you. But all those guys, all those stars, they joined
Yeah.
the Gemini.
Yeah.
But then we get to the real main attraction, the one that everyone knows,
Yes.
the Apollo program.
Apollo missions. The Apollo missions. So the Apollo mission got off to a very bad start. The first Apollo mission, Apollo 1, everyone died before it even launched. So there was like a malfunction during testing, and the rocket actually exploded on the launch pad, and it killed the 3 astronauts inside. That was Apollo 1. Um, so after that, they did a ton of unmanned missions until like Apollo 8, I believe, or maybe it was 7. But but yeah. So this was sort of like that's why there's like the Gemini program is like early 60s, like you got 1963, 1964. The Apollo program started doing manned missions again in like 1967 because they had this sort of gap. Whenever there's a big tragedy in space travel, there's always this sort of like, whoa, like there's a step back. It always like slows things down because people sort of reevaluate like, is this really worth it?
Mm-hmm.
We're risking people's lives here. Is it worth the risk to get to space? And ultimately, every time we've decided eventually, yes, it is worth the risk because we keep going back to it. But I mean, it's definitely something to consider because, again, at this time, this is space superiority. It's just like it's fighting the Russians. So it made people think like, But we got back to it. So the Apollo program continued. And Apollo 8, it was the first manned orbit of the moon. So we sent astronauts to orbit the moon and come back. Then you got like Apollo 9, I forget exactly what they did, but Apollo 10, they did like a almost per, like almost a moon landing. They did this practice where they went to the moon. They did everything. So they detached one stage from the other. They went down to like 12 kilometers above the lunar surface. Then instead of continuing, just went back up again and rendezvoused and left. So that's Apollo 10. Imagine being that guy. I think it was like, let me look up Apollo 10 crew. Imagine being the Apollo 10 crew, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were so close to the lunar surface. Let's see, the crew, you've got Thomas P. Stafford, John W. Young, and Eugene A. Cernan. So these people, all but one of them, because that's the sort of way that the Apollos work. But I forgot, let's see, how close did they get to the surface? It was like a few kilometers.
Oh, that's hysterical because Eugene Cernan
Yeah.
was in the same astronaut group as Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins.
Hmm.
So he sees
Interesting.
his two buddies go on to go to the actual surface of the moon. And he's like,
Yep.
"You left me behind."
Yeah. Okay. So the lowest measured point in the trajectory was 47,400 feet, or 14.4 kilometers above the lunar surface. And this is about a month before Apollo 11. So these guys, it's so fascinating to me because there's this show that I like. It's on Apple TV. It's called like For All Mankind, and it's basically what if Russia got to the moon first? It's an altist show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the characters that are these guys who were on Apollo 10, um, they're like so like oh, about it because they could have beaten the Russians if they had just defied orders and like taken the risk of like landing, you know? Because the craft was perfectly equipped to land, right? Like they could have landed. It was like a dress rehearsal, right?
Yeah.
They could have landed. It was just like they specifically didn't because like they didn't want to, they wanted to be safe. And so in the show, it's like a big point where they're like, oh my gosh, we could have done it. And so they're just like regretting their choices. But ultimately, it pays to be cautious. That is NASA's, well, I guess that's not their slogan, but like NASA is very cautious compared to say the Russian program, like what the Russian program was. And even a lot of like private space industry today, like Elon Musk, he wants to get people to Mars, but he never mentions the coming back part. Because he wants them to, it sounds sinister, but he wants to like build a base on Mars, right? So you go to Mars and then you build a base, sort of like, with the Mayflower, right? There wasn't a return trip because they were supposed to set things up there. But NASA's Mars plans involve a round trip to Mars and back. NASA is very keen on doing things safely. And ultimately, that's sort of, I guess, what slowed us down in the space race. But I would say it's a good thing because you can't continue with risky space travel. It's not sustainable. So it's good to go for safer space travel if we want to have a future in space. I mean, because if you think about it, this is also, we're talking about the USSR here, right? So they probably had a ton of like catastrophic failures, but if they had a failure, they just wouldn't talk about it because you can do that in Russia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think just as a side note, I think that season 6 is probably going to be the longest season because
probably
we both, like, I mean, by minutes, not by episodes.
Yeah.
Because we both have just so much to talk about.
So much to say. Yeah.
It's just everything. It's it really is.
Because it's the universe.
It is the universe. There's
star stuff.
There is no lesson that space can't teach you. Because when you go up there, you have to learn fortitude. You can't panic. Right? You need to have problem-solving skills. Apollo 13, something goes wrong. You need teamwork. Again, Apollo 13, or just literally any space mission. If you like, there are no full-fledged arguments that happen on a space mission because you can't be up there arguing. You need to come up with an actual like set plan. Like anytime in any space movie when two characters are like, no, if we do, no, that absolutely.
They always have the argue scene.
Yeah, no, like they're like, if we close those bay doors, it's over. No, that's not how it is. It's pretty much they all pretty much think with one mind because they really have to. So they just make decisions like on the fly, and then. But honestly, yeah, there's and I want to attribute this quote to myself. There's no lesson that space can't teach you. I want to make sure that no one said that.
Trademark.
Yeah, I'm gonna trademark.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's interesting. So the Apollo programs after Apollo 11, you had Apollo 12 landed on the moon, Apollo 14 landed on the moon, Apollo 15, 16, and 17. So in total, there were 6 missions, that landed on the moon and like successfully landed on the moon. And so 12 people have been to the moon because, 6 times 2, right? And so, yeah, pretty crazy, right? And so, And so what was it? But yeah, Apollo 13 would have gone to the moon, but they had an explosion, so they had to come back. Um, but after Apollo 17, the Russians were like, all right. Oh, actually, let's go to the winning the space race one because this is sort of transitioning into that.
Okay.
So the Soviets, after 5, 6, 7 American like moon missions, it became clear that the Soviets had no intention to make their own moon landing. And so after Apollo 17, it became clear, like, oh, we don't need to do this anymore to have space superiority, right? So the program was discontinued because it was expensive. It was very expensive, as Kennedy had said. And so you had, in between Kennedy, after Kennedy, you had Lyndon B. Johnson was president. But by the time it got to Apollo 11 and the rest of the Apollo missions, to the end of the Apollo missions, it was Nixon. You had Nixon. So
I've heard he
yeah.
isn't a crook.
I've heard he isn't a crook. Yeah. He personally told me that he was not a crook. So, I mean, I trust him. But yeah, so Nixon canceled Apollo. He ended Apollo. But I think literally anyone else would have done that because essentially this was the Cold War mentality, really. It was we have to make sure that we're like comparable with or better than the Russians, right? So if the Russians aren't going to do a moon landing, then we need to divert our funds somewhere else that we can beat the Russians. That's the philosophy, right? So that ultimately ended the space race. I always like to think, I mean, in the show For All Mankind that I talked about earlier, since Russia lands on the moon first and then America comes and does it as well, it actually leads Apollo to continue into actual like moon base permanent settlement missions because that's just the arms race continuing. But yeah, Russia was not able to get to the moon. America is still the only country that has put humans on the moon because Russia didn't do it. No one else has yet done it. And yeah, this is the thing. As the Cold War was beginning to wrap up, I mean, this isn't really getting to the end of the Cold War, but Russia was beginning to run out of money. That's the problem. Russia did not have enough money. That's sort of what Reagan did in the 80s. He just did a ton of things to get the Russians to spend money so that it would bankrupt them. And this is sort of an early manifestation of that. Russia didn't really have the funds. They were winning at the beginning because they had the sort of centralized power of the more like authoritarian regime. They were able to say, oh, like I think it was Khrushchev at that point, right? Khrushchev's like, we want something in space. Yeah, we'll do it. Go do it. But if you're president and you want something in space, you got to be like, Congress, can you please put something in space? And Congress like, no, I don't want to. My constituents wouldn't like that. And it's like, come on, Congress, just do it. So it's the whole back and forth thing that sort of slows things down, but it has other benefits, obviously. So yeah. But ultimately, America won. America won the space race because we got to the moon.
The space race.
Yeah.
What? And the
America
War.
won the space race.
What random history teacher that I'm gonna have next quarter? I'll see you there. Miss shall not be named.
Miss shall not be named. Yeah.
Please don't watch this stream.
Yeah, exactly. Just it's okay. You can blame me. You can blame me.
Yeah.
Now that I'm not part of the school district anymore, I totally.
You can fire off any comment you want.
Exactly. I can totally rag on it. That's the thing, because I wouldn't want to get in trouble in the old school district, so I wouldn't insult the teachers. Yeah. But now that I know that I don't have any of those teachers anymore, but I liked most of my teachers, so I don't really feel the need. But
anyways,
but yeah.
On to the next thing. If we're done here,
the next thing.
So the next
space race over.
Phase, yeah. So that was the space race. And to me, the space race is the coolest part of the Cold War. Because that's more.
Other parts are just depressing.
Less of the paranoia
like
and anxiety.
Guerrilla warfare and blah. and
Yeah, so
overthrowing
yeah, I don't think I'm alone in that
democracies.
sentiment.
Yeah.
Um, but um, now we're gonna move into commercial and international development. Another
Yep.
period of fantastic innovation, and honestly, of because it was during the space race, and we love to talk about the '50s artwork of space
Yeah.
and stuff. This is when you start getting a ton of movies about space
Mm,
and a
yeah.
ton of more things. So interest in space is just on an extreme upswing. When was 2001: A Space Odyssey released? I think that one was 19. Oh yeah, that was
19.
68. So even before this
Yeah.
time period. Um, really, how old is Stanley Kubrick? He died? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Oh wow. But yeah, so at this point,
Damn.
we transition into this era where there's no longer the competition between two rival superpowers, which sort of slows things down a little bit, but there is still competition between companies. There is money to be made. And when there's money to be made, there is still, an effort, right? Um, in terms of motivators, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got like spite, and then you got money is like right up there. So the Cold War ran on, the space race, it ran on spite, spite for the Russians or spite for the Americans. So now we enter the like lower octane fuel of
Yes.
money, which is, has its other benefits because instead of a like, worrying, possibly world ending conflict, it's just capitalism. So,
I will go
take
to the
that.
one place that has not been
Yeah.
corrupted by capitalism.
Yeah,
Space.
it's really funny because space is very much so corrupted by
Corrupted by
capitalism.
capitalism. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so let's begin with the Apollo-Soyuz mission. This is the
Yes.
official like handshake, like good
Exactly.
game.
That I was literally about to do that. I was about to like do the meme
Yep.
of Arnold Schwarzenegger and the other
Yeah.
guy in Predator.
Yeah.
But this is why a lot of modern day astronauts have to
Hmm.
learn Russian. Um,
Yeah.
Chris Hadfield, don't know if I've mentioned him, has he can speak pretty good Russian.
That's
Um,
cool.
and it's because now we're working with them. Honestly, I would have loved to see this. I know Kennedy had plans. We obviously don't know how far along he would have
Hmm.
gotten because of a certain title of a book, but he had plans. He wanted to
Yeah.
work with Russia in the
Hmm.
60s, and that would have been awesome, honestly. If we could have had the Apollo-Soyuz in, like, it would probably have happened around near the end of his presidency, probably like
Hmm.
1964 ish, 65 ish. Um, we would be so far along because you have the two global superpowers. I don't think there was another global superpower. You have the
Yeah.
two global superpowers working together.
Britain was declining in power, but existed.
Yeah. It was there.
It
Um,
was there. They
but
were
it would
in
have been
massive
okay.
debt after World War II, though. So
Yes.
that was their problem.
Yes, they were. Britain just always in debt. Always.
Not all. Well, actually, yeah. Honestly, hasn't all of America's problems just been Britain's in debt? Like after World War II, it's like America has always been like an isolationist country, and
Mm-hmm.
so America was like, "All right, peace out. We're done with World War II. Britain, you'll make sure this whole communism business doesn't get out of hand, right?" And Britain's like, "I am broke. I cannot." And so America's like, "Oh, I guess we got to do it then."
Yeah. But yeah, so Russia working with America, America working with Russia. As you can see, 3 Americans, 2 Russians.
Yep.
Or
I like.
Soviets. We've been
It
calling them
seems.
Russians. It should
Yeah.
technically be Soviets. Um,
That's true. That's true.
but yeah,
Because they could be from like Ukraine,
yes,
but
or
but yeah, it's
13 other
interesting.
countries.
Or 13, yeah. Well, Kazakhstan, I guess, would be the second biggest one, but
Yes. And
maybe in
Kazakhstan
terms of
was the last
population.
one. I saw the meme that was like, because Kazakhstan was technically the last country to pull out of the Soviet Union.
Mm,
It was for a brief moment, Kazakhstan was the
was the
Soviet
entire
Union.
Soviet Union? Oh, Russia left before Kazakhstan
Yeah.
did? That's interesting. Yeah, I like to imagine this is a photo that's like very tense. It's like, yeah, haha, you know. But
Yeah. Oh, that would be super tense if one of them had a relative in Vietnam. That would be
ooh,
so tense.
yeah,
Whew.
yeah,
Anyways,
exactly. Um, but yeah, so this mission was cooperative
yes.
between the CCCP and the USA. So yeah,
Yeah, and they
um,
have been
yeah,
working together pretty much ever since.
yeah.
I
It's interesting
yeah.
if you like. There, I have an app actually. If you, it's people in space right now, right?
Right.
And I predict that there will be the highest number of Americans in space, and then the second highest number of Russians in space right now. That's my prediction. That's the trend anyway. It might not be. So let's see. How many people are in space right now? 7. Ooh, that's a lot. So we got, let's see, Americans. 1, 2, 3, 4. Russians. 1, 2. And then 1 Japanese guy. So yeah, prediction correct. Four
Representing.
American.
Look at that.
Yeah, 4 Americans and 2 Russians. So America and Russia were like, okay, we'll cooperate now.
The Japanese have a cool name for astronauts, like
Oh, what
cosmonaut.
is it?
Their version is um, um, let me see. I think it was them. It might have been China? Question mark.
I like their space agency name, JAXA. I think it's cool.
Yes. All right. I don't know. It might not have been Japan, but yes,
Okay.
it is JAXA. Um,
Yeah.
oh, it looks like
But
you
yeah,
just call
so
them astronauts.
huh? What's up?
No. It looks like you do just call them astronauts.
Oh, okay. Cool. So yes, that's the Apollo-Soyuz. Just the official handshake.
Yeah.
So now let's move on to Skylab.
Skynet.
So Skylab was one of the first prominent space stations, which is a new sort of concept because originally these missions are like go to space, accomplish goal, come back, right?
Mm-hmm.
But eventually we realized, hey, wait, maybe we can do some long-term science experiments in space. Maybe there's more scientific value in space. The space race made a lot of scientific achievements, but that wasn't like the main purpose. You know,
Yeah.
any scientific achievement was either done accidentally or for the purpose of advancing military science, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so Skylab's like, oh, how about we have like a permanent habitation? Because say that you want to do an experiment on how plants grow in space, you can't do that in like 5 hours, right? You have to have a space station that you can inhabit for days, weeks, months on end. And so that's Skylab. I think Skylab was also briefly, uh, it's a funny story. It was briefly like hijacked, um, where basically NASA was overworking the astronauts so much because if you think about it, this is true with the International Space Station too, not the overworking part, but if like every minute of time spent on Skylab or the International Space Station, any space station, is costing like thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you think of how valuable your time is on a space station, like it's crazy expensive, the cost to put you there, keep you there for 6 months, then come home. So the Skylab astronauts at one point, they were getting so overworked that they went on strike, right? But they were occupying a like, US spacecraft. They essentially mutinied, and so they became the first space pirates, technically.
Nice. Space
So
pirates.
yeah,
I found the name. It was not for Japan. You just call a
Mhm,
Japanese astronaut an astronaut.
mhm.
But for China,
Mm.
some people,
Oh, it's like, is it taikonaut or
yes,
something like that?
taikonauts,
Yeah.
which I think is awesome. That's a great
Yeah,
name.
that's pretty cool. Yeah. Um, but yeah, so the Skylab space stations were not as enduring as the current ISS is. The ISS was put up in 1998 and is still there. Skylab, and there were multiple Skylabs. There were 4 of them. They went up, and eventually they would come crashing back down. And no one was in them when they came crashing back down. You know, they left, but it was hard to like maintain an orbit like that. But yeah, this was the beginning of the concept of a space station, uh, with the desire of and the sort of shift in focus from thinking space travel is about missions accomplishing goals to space travel is about continually accomplishing science objectives, which I think is pretty interesting and pretty important to our like current concept of like living in space, you know, working in space. um, we have to, you know, like have permanent habitations. So
Yeah,
that's Skylab.
yeah, very nice.
But yeah, so then we get
GPS, Global
yeah
Positioning System, right?
yeah. So the global
System.
positioning system,
It is. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
it started as a military U.S. military project, um, and so it was 24 satellites put up around the globe. And the way it would work is we would know the exact locations of each of those 24 satellites at any given time. So they're somewhere above the Earth. We know exactly where they are. So they will also be constantly outputting an omnidirectional like radio signal that'll just like say 1 o'clock and 1.000 seconds, right? 1 o'clock and 1.002 seconds, right? So they would basically list the time to a very precise value. So then, if you have a receiver on Earth, what you'll do is you'll wait until your receiver picks up 3 different signals from the satellites. And so one signal will say, you know, 1 o'clock and 1 microsecond. 1 o'clock. The next one will say 1 o'clock and 2 microseconds. The next will be 1 o'clock and 3 microseconds. And based on that information, you can calculate how long it took the light from the satellite to get to you. Because if you know that it's actually 1 o'clock and 4 milliseconds, right? You know that the 3 millisecond one is 1 light millisecond away. The next one is twice as far. The next one 3 times as far. And that's called, so what you can use now is triangulation, which is geometry. And if you know the distances to 3 objects and you know where the 3 objects are, then you know where you are in space exactly. Because it's the same thing we use for figuring out where the epicenter of an earthquake is, because we don't just happen to have like a thing at the epicenter. We use multiple seismographs to locate where the epicenter is. So that's GPS, and it was used for military operations because, you know, think about it. You are going to the Middle East for a military operation. It's all desert, so you don't really know where you are. There's not many landmarks. So what do? You use GPS, and that's what they did. I forget which war it was. Was it the Persian? I think it was the Persian Gulf, the Gulf War, where they used GPS for the first time
It was absolutely in the Middle
as a
East.
military. Yeah,
I think you're
because
right.
that was the point. It was basically there are no distinguishing features here.
Yes.
There's like one cactus every 20 miles. Where am I?
Well, I don't think there are cacti in the Middle East.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. That's more Sahara.
There's
You're
one
right.
pyramid every so
Yes.
many.
Every
But,
so often, and
yeah,
there's a
no,
sphinx.
this
Yeah.
I remember that I said this in earlier seasons, but the
Mhm.
train of technological innovation
Mm.
usually starts with the military. Like
Yeah.
it goes from the military to other facets of the government, down to companies,
Yeah.
down to small
Big business,
companies,
small
down
companies.
to
Yeah.
people.
people.
And
Yep.
that's exactly what GPS did. The military invented it,
Yep.
and it follows the exact train of the internet, because that was also
Mm,
started
yeah.
with
ARPANET.
ARPANET. Yep, thank you, with
Yeah.
the military. So, you
Yeah.
know, so our money, yeah, a sizable amount of that budget is, or sizable amount of our tax money is going towards the military, but hey, every now and then.
Yeah. Money well spent. DARPA.
Yeah.
More funding for DARPA.
Honestly,
That's
I would
the
say the
department. I don't know the full thing,
yeah,
but I know that it's like the R stands for research, probably, and the last A stands for agency, I'm guessing. But
yeah, or
anyway,
administration, but no,
yeah,
it's probably agency. But
yeah,
honestly, the U.S. military is probably one of the greatest innovators ever.
yeah,
Just with how much stuff it's made, it's crazy.
yep,
And military as a general thing, like if you take every country's military, are the greatest innovators probably ever, just because of how much stuff
yeah.
they've made. Um, it's crazy.
Because
But yeah,
again, they have the
that's
best,
basic.
they have the most powerful motivation.
They do.
Fight. They
Spite.
need to, well, also fear, because they don't want to be trounced, right? They don't want to get
Yeah.
wrecked, but they also want to be able to destroy the enemy.
It reminds me of that one episode where that guy's of The Simpsons, where Homer, like the pilot died or passed out or something, so Homer has to fly the plane, and
Oh
he
no.
calls this guy, and he's like,
Mhm.
"Hey, I'm flying a plane. I don't know how to land." And how he convinces Homer to land, I forget if he actually did it or not. I think he did. How he convinces him that he has what it takes to land is he's on the phone and he's like, "You know how I know? You know how I know that you're going to land, Homer? You know how I know that you're going to get out of this absolutely fine? Because I heard some guy say you couldn't." And that motivated him
Yes.
to be able to do it. And I think that is a fantastic scene,
Yep. That's
because
interesting. Yeah.
that's such a
That
great
was the
motivator.
space race, you
Yeah.
know. But yeah. So this is, but never underestimate the motivation of profits as well. Um, that's what got you Microsoft, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah,
All right. Yeah. That's GPS.
that's GPS.
Next on,
So
we
that's your
go.
car GPS and stuff.
Yes.
But yeah. Okay. So space shuttle. This is interesting. The space shuttle, very cool. Um, it was a cost-saving measure. So scientists were like in the late 70s, they're like, all right, we got this space travel stuff figured out pretty good, but it just costs so much money. How do we do it for a cheaper price? And so the idea was, what if we made reusable rockets? That's what they were going for, but then it proved infeasible to make entirely reusable rockets in the 1970s. They were limited by the technology of their time.
Yeah.
And so they're like, we can make them partially reusable. And so that was the point of the space shuttle. So the space shuttle itself can go up and down as many times as you want it to, but it needs rocket boosters, those big columns that you see in that picture on the left. It needs those to get into space. And those rocket boosters are not reusable. You need to build a new one every time. But this is a very big development, because it's a big deal today that Elon Musk and SpaceX are moving towards like fully reusable rockets. They're not 100% reusable yet, but they're like getting closer. They made reusable boosters, which is incredible, because the boosters here were the part that were not reusable. And so, yeah, that's what the space shuttle does, and it becomes America's like main, you know, space bus for the next 30 years. They were made in 1981, right? That was the first space shuttle.
I am pretty sure.
I think it
First
says on a later
space
slide,
shuttle.
1981. It's 1981. So
April 12th, 1981, when the Space Shuttle Columbia,
nice.
or STS-1. I remember that was one of the questions that I asked you on an earlier game show. How many STSs were there?
How many? I forget.
You
There's
forget
a lot
the
of them.
Yeah, it was STS 135.
Nice.
Oh, that means that. Let's see what STS 128 did.
Yeah. What's STS 120?
What did it do?
120.
STS-128 was a NASA space shuttle mission to the ISS. Yep. Carried the multi-purpose logistics module Leonardo as its primary payload. Leonardo contained a collection of experiments for studying the physics and chemistry of microgravity. Look at that.
How do you feel?
I feel honored that they would dedicate this STS mission after me.
Yeah, so in total, I think there's 6 or 7 space shuttles that they created. So it isn't really the space shuttle. It's the many. It's the space shuttles. Let's see. Let me pull up all the space shuttles. All space shuttles. So you've got the Enterprise, the Columbia, the Challenger, the Discovery, the Atlantis, and the Endeavour. So how many did I say? 6. So there's 6 of them. So yeah, these space shuttles were heavily used. As Sebastian said, there were 135 missions. So the reason that like space shuttle disasters are very well known is that I think there were 2. It was the Challenger and the Columbia. So that's out of 135, that's like a 2 out of 135 failure rate, which is still pretty bad because you don't want to get on a plane with a 2 in 135 chance of blowing up. But I would say a reason why we have such prominent space shuttle disasters is that they could handle a lot of people at a time and because they were so commonly used. Like there aren't as many famous like Apollo disasters, you know what I mean? Or Mercury-Atlas disasters.
Yeah.
Because they weren't used as much. But the space shuttle was used for 30 years straight. I mean, that was the primary way that Americans got to space. It's like the Russian Soyuz, which is still used today, actually, the Soyuz. But yeah, so this is just, it sort of revolutionizes space by making it cheaper. Launch costs are essentially the limiting factor of space travel. It's launch cost per kilogram. And right now, it's somewhere around $2,000 per kilogram to get something into low Earth orbit. So if you're willing to shell out $2,000, you can pay for 1 kilogram of stuff to go to space, which is a pretty good price, I would say. What do you think about that? Because that's a whole kilogram. You could put a lot of stuff up there for a kilogram.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
As someone who almost got something in the orbit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I would love to just put stuff into space, you know? Just have that'd be great advertisement, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Think about it.
Well, yeah, so like a US, like a quarter weighs 5.67 grams, right?
Yeah.
So if you wanted to put a quarter in space, so 25 cents, I'm wondering how much it would cost to put 25 cents in space. Let's see. So that's, say, 0.00567 times $2,000. It would cost $11 to put 25 cents in space.
Wow.
Isn't that interesting? But imagine, now you have, I would totally pay, like that's worth it. You know what I mean? Like that's already worth it.
Is really cool.
Wouldn't you pay $11 to get like a tiny, like an object that weighs as much as a quarter, like a tiny little memento thing? Wouldn't you pay $11 to get it put into space?
Yeah, I mean, I would put a guitar pick into space, you know.
Exactly. That would probably be like $5.
That would be like $5.
So that's pretty crazy.
Or
so the space
I would
shuttle,
put my D20 into space.
Yes.
So it is
that's what you should do.
forever rolling.
It's forever rolling. Exactly. But yeah, so the space shuttle was one of the first great, like, bam, like it made the launch costs go way down, which is great for literally anything. You can put more experiments in space, more people in space. It's just great. I mean, the space shuttle was used to build the ISS, to transport all the materials up there. So yeah. Also, the space shuttle, whenever it would land like a plane, and then they would have, and you know, it would land somewhere that's not Florida. So then they would have to fly it back to Florida. And it's really funny. You can look up pictures of this. It's the space shuttle riding on top of just like a Boeing 747. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Here, I'll put a picture in. They just put it on top. They got official NASA planes. So this is how they would bring the space shuttle back to Florida, because we always launch stuff from Cape Canaveral because it's closest to the equator. Look at that.
That's funny.
Imagine you're just in the airplane next to it, and you look out the window, and you're like, oh, look at that. Of course, airplanes wouldn't fly that close together, but you know what I mean. Yeah. So that's funny. So that's the space shuttle.
Yeah. All right.
Next, we got satellite TV. So I don't know much about TV history, but I'm pretty sure before satellite television, you had cable television, and they only had like 5 channels or something like that.
Yeah.
Like in the 70s, you could watch say like CBS, Hanna-Barbera, or like public access. I don't know.
Loves talking about the Hanna-Barbera stuff. And he watches Harvey Birdman, which is an entire show that makes fun of all of the Hanna-Barbera stuff.
Nice.
And I watched The Venture Bros, which need to have more seasons. And they also touch on that kind of stuff, and it's really funny. But yeah, so satellite TV.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's really interesting because, cable, you'd have to physically transport all the information from each channel through the wires, but satellite can actually access space. And so you can, beam your programming off of a satellite. So say that you are headquartered in Dallas, and you're a TV program, you can get it up to the satellite and then beam it back down all across America. And people have the satellite dishes on their houses to get all the satellite TV. So it opened up a ton of different TV channels, just a lot more TV channels, a lot more things to distract ourselves with and waste our time. Isn't that that's the true height of innovation? You know what I mean? Every innovative new invention, ultimately, it's reached its peak. It's finally diffused into the public once people use it for entertainment and just waste their time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's the ultimate. Because satellite TV, now we have space so ingrained into people's lives that they are using the satellites to watch TV, to just relax.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's satellite television. So then we get satellite communications. So the main thing about satellite communications, which is interesting, is that a lot of communications relies on line of sight, which basically means you have to be able to see something to communicate with it. So if you see a radio tower in your town and you go to the top of the radio tower, everything you can see from that vantage point, that's the full extent of the radio tower. Unless it's either AM or FM, one of them is able to bounce off the upper atmosphere and reach a farther distance. But again, it's bouncing off, it's reflecting, because there's a layer in the atmosphere called the ionosphere, which reflects radio waves. And so that's still line of sight. It's just now you have a mirror. So so the Earth has a horizon. If you are 6 feet tall, the horizon is 5 miles away, so it's not very far. But the taller you are and the higher a building you climb, the farther away the horizon is. So when you got satellites up in space, they have a very distant horizon. A lot of satellites for communications are put in geosynchronous orbit, which is very high up. We've talked about geosynchronous orbit before. It's basically the orbit at which Your orbital period matches the rotation of the Earth, so you stay above one spot, which means that if you have a big satellite dish to transmit your information, the dish doesn't have to like rotate throughout the sky, and you'll never lose coverage from your satellite going on the other side of the Earth. So satellite communication basically allows you to get messages to people quicker and more reliably, because you can send your radio message to space. It'll bounce, like, it'll get absorbed by your satellite, sent to the next satellite. You'll just send it across a few satellites, and then bam, it'll be beamed directly down to your destination. Whereas if you want to communicate long distance with just radio towers, you have to go from one radio tower to the next radio tower to the next. So that's a big thing with satellite communications.
Yeah, so just satellites in and of themselves they open the gate. They open the gate to so many things, and it's just cool to say, hey, look, bang, 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 just made something. Oh, what's that? It's going to be orbiting the Earth for, I don't know, forever. Pretty nice.
Yep.
Pretty nice.
Yeah. We're actually having a problem from too many satellites, because when the satellites break, they become debris, space debris. It's called Kessler syndrome. And basically, when one satellite breaks into like a million pieces, and one of those pieces hits another satellite, which breaks that satellite into a million pieces, it causes a chain reaction, like in a nuclear bomb. From, like with the neutrons.
Yeah.
That's essentially what you get, because the debris in space is highly energetic because the orbital velocity is very fast. I remember people got pissed off at China a few years ago because they did a anti-satellite missile test on one of their satellites, just for no reason. Like, usually when you decommission a satellite, you deorbit it and let it burn up in the atmosphere so that you don't get any debris. But they were like, oh, we're decommissioning the satellite anyway, so let's just test out our anti-satellite missiles so we can make sure no one messes with us, right? Yeah. And so they blew up a satellite, and all the debris is just going around everywhere up there now. So that'll become a problem eventually, but, we're humans, so we'll just we'll deal about that later.
Literally the plot of Gravity of that movie, that the Russians had done that, and the shrapnel hit the ISS or wherever they were working.
Yeah, space junk.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know.
But space junk occurs, it occurs, I say naturally, but of course none of this is natural. It occurs naturally as well from just a piece of paint flecks off your satellite. That is enough. A fleck of paint moving at 1,000 kilometers per second. 1,000 meters per second.
Here, give me 1 second.
It's able to just completely wreck anything. It's able to completely shred satellites and material, because basically the kinetic energy equation, right? The kinetic, it's half of m times v squared, which means that if you make something twice as massive, it will have twice the energy. But if you make it go twice as fast, it'll have 4 times the energy. And so space debris is moving very fast, and so it's very destructive. Lots of destructive power. But yeah, so that's an issue for later. We don't have to worry about that yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, next we've got Mir. Mir is the Russian Skylab. So they have their own space station too.
That's a cool name. Mir is a cool
name. Yeah, Mir. Simple, to the point.
Yep.
Mir. But yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have much to say about Mir. I mean, it's sort of similar to Skylab. It's just that Skylab... Yeah, Skylab was, decommissioned in the 70s. They stopped doing Skylab, so Russia's like, okay, we'll do Mirs now for the 80s. So we got some Mirs, and eventually that too would come crashing down to the Earth. That's the trend for all the satellites. All the satellites come crashing down into the Earth, or all the space stations, because once you're done with them, it's just sort of like, you don't want to leave it there because of the Kessler syndrome. So you want to send it back to the ground.
Yeah,
The only problem I think with Mir was that when they decommissioned it, they didn't break it up into enough pieces. So some pieces like fell through the atmosphere. They landed in the ocean though, so everyone was fine. But every once in a while, a piece of satellite does actually like crash through the atmosphere. It makes it through the burn, like it makes it through the entry burn, and it'll just crash down in a random place. I don't think anyone has been struck. I don't think anyone's been killed or seriously injured yet. There are stories where people have gotten like hit in the head with a meteorite, but it's like small and they're fine. Um, but you could get some pretty bad situations like with giant pieces falling from space.
Yeah.
But we don't have to worry about that yet either, really. It's just until it happens, you don't really have to worry about it, right? That's the philosophy. Worry about the consequences later.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, we got to do space stuff. That's the first priority.
Science.
So yeah, that's that.
Weather satellites.
Yeah, weather satellites. So this allows us to have, modern meteorology is greatly helped by weather satellites. So if you were in the early 1900s and you wanted to know what the weather was going to be, you'd have to like take a ton of like observations. Like if you were like to find out that a hurricane was coming, right? And you were 1,000 miles away from the hurricane, you'd have to like do some crazy science. You'd have to be like, okay, the atmospheric pressure is decreasing, blah, blah, blah. But now it can just be like, oh, there it is. There's the hurricane. You see it.
Yep.
So it makes weather prediction much better, which is great because it allows people to have advanced warning of storms so that they can evacuate if they want to. A lot of people just don't. They just don't. This is in Florida. Florida has a lot of people who just don't evacuate for hurricanes, and then they get like, stuck on roofs and stuff.
Yep.
And so it's like, maybe evacuate.
Maybe.
It's especially rough when you have like a week. Like some hurricanes, you get like a week's notice. You have like a lot of time to prepare, but some people are like, I will not leave this house. I am staying. But for the people that do want to leave, weather satellites are very valuable because they give us advanced warning, advanced predictions of weather. Also, they can be used as climate satellites because they can take trends over a long period of time. They can use like interferometry or whatever, like spectroscopy. Sorry, interferometry was the wrong word. Spectroscopy. They can use I can't speak. Spectro. They can use spectro to. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just hard word to say. Spectroscopy. You say spectroscopy a ton of times. So they use spectro to look for how much like carbon dioxide and methane is in the atmosphere. Like they can take readings of like how much stuff is in the atmosphere at various points on the Earth, so they can look like it's really interesting. There's this like GIF I saw of
good job
of
pronouncing
Earth.
It correctly.
Thank you.
That's an old joke.
Yeah, exactly. I've probably upset some people, but the original creator said it's GIF. Shut up.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I saw this cool GIF where it shows the level of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere over various points, and it oscillates between the northern and southern hemisphere over the course of the year. And that's actually because in the summer, right, plants are more active. Plants have more light, so they're able to do more photosynthesis, and carbon dioxide levels are actually lower during the summer. And then during the winter, the plants are less active, so the carbon dioxide levels increase. So you can actually watch the northern and southern hemispheres go back and forth. And that's due to the weather satellites. And so various other measurements, temperature readings, like ice cap capacity, stuff like that. That's what you're able to do because you're able to observe the surface of Earth. So yeah, that's weather satellites.
Yeah. Space telescopes.
Space telescopes. So here we have the Edwin Hubble Space Telescope. It has been our like primary space telescope for many years. So many pictures and observations have been made with the Hubble Space Telescope. I mean, it's honestly like fair odds that this background photo is a Hubble photo because Hubble just takes so many pictures. Hubble's discovered a ton of exoplanets and stuff like that. But there are also other satellites in space that focus on different ranges in the electromagnetic spectrum. We've got some like space like infrared telescopes and like space X-ray telescopes and stuff because they are able to like because the atmosphere actually blocks out most light. It only lets through visible light, and then that bleeds into ultraviolet and infrared, and it also lets in radio light. But yeah, so the Hubble Space Telescope has gained us a lot of information, but it is old. And actually, when Hubble was first like put up, and scientists first started like trying to use it, it was producing very blurry images. So Hubble actually had a like mechanical failure. It had a problem. I think it was one of the reflecting mirrors was too far back or something. So essentially, Hubble was like nearsighted. You know, like if you look at like myopia, I think that's the right word for nearsightedness. Like the structure of the eye, the way that the structure of the eye gets like messed up is like similar to how Hubble was malfunctioning. So they actually sent, this is pretty crazy, they sent a crew of astronauts. They went up there, fixed it, and then went back using the space shuttle. So that's another use of the space shuttle. I just find that like so incredible. We were at this like point, right, in history where we were able to just, you know, send some repairmen to space to fix something, you know? That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But yeah, Hubble is getting old, and it's like supposed to be able to retire. However, the James Webb Telescope has been delayed again and again. They were like, it's crazy. The James Webb Telescope is probably one of the most delayed space projects. Originally, it was going to launch in 2015, and now we are here in 2021, and it is still not launched yet. The James Webb Telescope. There's actually an XKCD comic about it. It's like, I love it. It's one of my favorite XKCD comics. The XKCD James Webb Telescope, I will put it in. It basically says it's a graph of year versus the like launch year they say for the James Webb Telescope. So it's planned launch date versus current date. And then they make a line of best fit and say it might launch in 2026. So yeah.
That's funny.
So isn't that funny? Yeah. Oh wow, they had launch dates as far back as like 2007. Like they wanted to launch it in 2007. So this is a long time in the making, this James Webb project. And but once it finally launches, it is supposed to be like a lot better than Hubble at looking at stuff. It's supposed to get better resolution and everything. So that's going to be very cool. But in the meantime, Hubble is still very wonderful. Everyone loves Hubble. Great telescope.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's that.
Yeah. Military and industry reliance.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about with the like the Gulf War, how they were using military they were using satellites for military purposes, because you can, you know, we have space telescopes, but what if you were to just point that at the ground? You can get very zoomed in photos of the ground, because essentially you can see anything from space if you zoom in enough, which is pretty cool. Because like if you go back, if you wanted to conduct military intelligence, previously you had to just use planes. So World War I, World War II, and then all throughout the Cold War, we would try to like fly planes over the enemy territory to like see what's going on over there. But the problem is that your pilots might get shot down if they get noticed. But the satellite is way up in space where it can't be affected. So the satellites are able to gather all of this image data, so much so that, you know, we've been able to create things like Google Maps, which is just for consumer purposes now. I mean, that's crazy. You have like detailed satellite images just free for the public use, you know?
That's pretty nuts.
Um, like that's pretty crazy. Like imagine saying that's what I was saying when you were saying like, oh, the 80s are my favorite decade. Like small, subtle things like that. If you were to go back to the 80s, like I don't think you wouldn't have that. You couldn't just look at like you couldn't just know how the entire world looked at any given moment, like in a useful way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because sure, they had pictures of like, the blue marble and stuff like that, but those aren't good enough resolution to actually zoom in and like see, oh, look, my house. I think that's the first thing I looked up on Google Maps in like fourth grade or whatever,
probably me
That's
too.
the first thing everyone does. They're like, oh, look, it's my house. I can see my house from here. But yeah, so then you also have car GPS. Where would we be without car GPS? Everyone would be lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where would we be? I wouldn't know. That's the problem. So car GPS is very important. Except now it's phone GPS. That's what everyone's using now. So yeah, that's the military and industry reliance on spaceflight. So spaceflight is thoroughly woven in to our culture. So that's very nice.
Yeah.
So now we go to private space industry. 1998 to 2025, maybe?
Yeah,
That's just a
that's
prediction.
going into our predictions.
Yeah.
Because that's based on the next thing we're going to talk about.
Yep.
The next section.
Yeah, so this,
yeah.
Yeah, so it's bleeding into predictions, but all the stuff here in this section is stuff that has already happened.
Yeah.
So yeah. So we start with the International Space Station.
How did you describe how this looked? Like you said something.
Oh, it's a pile of trash.
It's a pile of trash stuck together.
Endearingly. Because it was built slowly over time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just launch an International Space Station. This thing's the size of a football field, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would send it up piece by piece in the space shuttle. So you'd send up one piece, one hollow like tube, then another hollow tube, and then you'd weld them together, and then you'd send up another hollow tube and weld it together. I think it was like a $2 billion project. It took a very long time. However, right, the ISS only costed $2 billion to make. And you might be saying, well, what do you mean only? There are individuals with so much more money than that. If Bezos were to spend his entire money, his entire net worth on just clones of the ISS, we would be able to have like 90 international space stations.
Wow.
And that would have a capacity of like 90 times 7 people, because the capacity is 7 people, by the way. So that would be 630 people. So yeah, pretty cool. So yeah, this is basically the Omega space station, because we had Skylab, we had Mir. That was child's play. Yeah. Now we have the International Space Station. It has been continuously inhabited since 1998. So 22 years. It has always had at least one person on it, which is pretty cool. So originally, up until 2011, it was supplied by both the Space Shuttle and Soyuz crafts. From 2011 to like 2018, it was supplied by just the Soyuz craft. Then SpaceX began to enter the picture. Here, wait. I need to go for like 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
So you can talk about the ISS for a bit.
You want me to stay on the ISS, or do you want me to move on to the next thing?
It just, stay on the ISS.
All right.
Or actually, if you have enough to say, or I can finish and then move on to the next thing.
I'll talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right. Welcome to the 128 seconds live stream. We've gone a little over our time, it seems. So yeah, the ISS is the one that you always hear about when in any movie, in any pop culture thing. It's like, where are they? They're on the ISS. Talked about Chris Hadfield a lot. Chris Hadfield, he's on the ISS quite a bit. it's really interesting. Max talked a lot about how it was built and what it's used for, but you have 7 people in space, and people, like anywhere, they get bored. They want to do stuff. They need a place to eat, sleep, exercise. Exercise is very important in space because you need to keep your body mass up so that when you come back to Earth, your bones aren't like atrophied and like break. Um, but they have a lot of recreational stuff on the ISS. Chris Hadfield has a great video of him playing the guitar up on the ISS. They have more instruments up there. He does a great job of talking about it. But part of NASA is how do we stop these 7 people from losing their minds in space? How do we stop these 7 people from just eating each other? And a lot of it is recreational stuff, which is why there are entire areas of the ISS that are literally just recreational stuff. You got decks of cards, you got the instruments I was talking about, you got other stuff, and astronauts do have downtime.
Yeah.
You know? So
Now,
they don't
NASA
just
learned
go
their lesson
crazy. Yeah.
from the hijacking.
Yes. But yeah, so that's what I have to say on the
Yeah.
ISS. I was just talking
Yeah, it's
about
funny.
the life on the
Yeah.
ISS.
Yeah, they had on the ISS, so they have like a treadmill to like in 2014 they put up this like new treadmill because they do exercise to keep people in shape in zero gravity. And they had like an online naming competition for the treadmill, and the top name was like Colbert, like Stephen Colbert,
It's funny.
because he on his show was like, guys, I want you to vote for my name. So now he has now they have the treadmill called the Colbert
Okay, that's really
treadmill.
funny. That is funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I wish I had the audience to do that, right? To swing an online poll. But yeah, so what else about the ISS? It just, since it's been going for 22 years and it's like reliable, it's always there. We're able to get some very informational experiments up there. Fairly often, they might do this, like they might have annual programs, but you'll always hear of like such and such school wins like experiment design competition. You can probably research it. I don't know off the top of my head if there are any right now, but there's always like an experiment design competition where they ask the public, what sort of experiments do you think would be a good idea to conduct in space? And then they'll take it from the public and just do it. Then, of course, they also have a ton of their own experiments, and you can probably pay to get experiments up there, if you pay enough money. So, yeah. But yeah. So that's the ISS. So next, we got private contracting. Okay. I've been talking a lot. I need more breath.
Oh yeah, sure.
But,
I can talk.
No, it's fine. I just had a big sharp inhale. So it's really interesting how NASA builds their rockets, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they'll hire, say, like United Launch Alliance, which is a company. They'll say, we want you to build this rocket. And so then ULA will be like, okay, we need 10 parts for this rocket. So they'll hire a different company for each of those 10 parts. And then those companies will be like, we need 10 parts for this part. And so if you actually look at like the full list of companies that are involved in a final NASA product, it is immense. It's like from all over America. You've got all these different parts. So like it was in the For All Mankind's show, right? There was like a defective piece in the rocket, and they were like looking for what went wrong. And so they found the piece, and they had to like trace it back to like one of 1,000 companies that went in.
Wow.
Like the screw built by this one like random company in the middle of like Wyoming or whatever, like they made a defective screw. So like crazy things like that. That's like the power of private contracting, is the sort of specialization. So NASA doesn't have to build it all itself. NASA can say, okay, all the screws can be built by this company. All the like nails, they probably don't use nails, but all the bolts, like all the different pieces can be assembled by different companies and then brought together. And yeah, so a lot of big companies, make most of their money from government contracts, not just with NASA. I mean, think of the like military industrial complex, right? That is sort of the companies that build stuff for the military. And so NASA has its own like group of companies that build stuff for NASA. Um, and so NASA just says, company, I will pay you, money from the tax dollars to do it for me, and then they do it. So it's pretty cool. One downside of the sort of private contracting is that with the thousands of companies that go into making one rocket, it actually jacks up the price significantly, because say it takes 1 cent to like, or so say it costs like $1,000 to make all the pieces of a rocket. That's unrealistic. So let's say $1 billion. I'm just trying to think of a good number. 1 million, and it's just a round number. So $1 million to make all the pieces of a rocket, right? But all the initial pieces are then sold to a second company, or a second slate of companies, again, to sort of assemble those pieces into more coherent pieces. And now those pieces together sell for $2,000 to the next company. And the next company sells it for $4 million. And it keeps going like that until you have like ULA makes the final product for NASA and says, I need $32 million. And NASA's like, okay. And so it greatly increases the price. So something that SpaceX has done, and just a ton of other companies are trying to do now, is what's known in business as vertical integration, which is just owning every step of the way in production. It makes it much cheaper. It cuts out the middleman. So it's like if you are a company that makes pencils, vertical integration would be buying the forest where the wood comes from, buying the mines where the graphene and the metal come from. That would be vertical integration. So that is what is occurring with rocketry today. And it is greatly reducing the launch costs. Just like the space shuttle reduced the launch cost, vertical integration and the new, more reusable rockets are both greatly diminishing launch costs. But yeah, so the private contracting has gotten to the point where NASA hired SpaceX and another company back in 2016 to do CRS missions. So these are crew resupply missions, and we'll get to that later. But yeah, NASA heavily relies on the contracting. So yeah.
I would like to buy a spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
Just a goal of mine.
One spaceship for sale.
I want space to be as just capitalistic as possible, to be honest. I want it to just be you pay and you go to space, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I want it to be, and this is not my stance on government or whatever, but space is just, you just have people working together. I want it to be so capitalistic that you just have massive
Wild
space
West
monopolies. Exactly.
Oh, why would you want space monopoly?
We need the space monopolies because then they can spread out to the greatest amount of people and take the greatest amount of people to space.
Okay. Well, it's interesting. Vertical integration is sometimes considered a bad thing.
I want to buy a planet.
You want to buy a planet?
I want to buy a planet. I want to name it.
I would say the bigger problem than vertical integration is horizontal integration, which is basically buying all your competitors so that you're the only company. That's the main monopolistic tendency. But vertical integration can be bad too in terms of just a free market, because if you own, the production of the raw materials and you sell the product, you'll be able to sell it for much less than your smaller competitors. And that gives you a monopoly as well. But right now, it's another one of those things with space. We'll think about those issues later. Right now, it's making rocketry cheaper, so that is good. So yeah. So that actually kind of covers private spaceflight too, actually, if we go to the
Yeah,
next
for the
slide.
most part.
So,
And as you can see,
so
it's in
yeah,
the shape of a dollar bill.
it's a dollar sign. I think that's a pretty cool picture. But yeah, so SpaceX, founded in 2002, I believe. Blue Origin, 2004. That's the Bezos one. You got all these companies, and United Launch Alliance. There's the Sierra Nevada company. I forget what happened. There's also Virgin Galactic, which is Virgin Airlines. They made like a space plane thing, like that could get you to the edge of space. But yeah, also there's this fun picture of Elon Musk with maracas. I think it's from 2002 when he founded the company, SpaceX, with maracas. This is just a wonderful image. He's got a mariachi band. Oh, this is so nice. Look how wholesome this is. He's very happy. It's like, I just started a space company.
Nice. There he is. That's funny.
Yeah.
He's having fun.
He's having fun. Exactly. I'm trying to find the source of this picture. Let's see what the description says. If there is a description. On Imgur. Okay, no, it doesn't say. So,
How tall
yeah.
is Elon Musk?
I do not know.
He's 6'2". Wow.
He is tall.
But Jeff,
so, yeah.
Jeff is only 5'7", so.
Oh, Jeff.
We can dream.
Yeah.
We can dream.
Yeah, exactly. I'm 5'7".
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm soon to be taller than Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I got bullied today because of my height.
I feel like in all of the videos and pictures I've seen of Jeff Bezos, it's like framed in such a way. I did not think he was only 5'7". I thought he was taller than that. It's like framed in such a way to make him look taller.
It's like the Stalin propaganda that made it.
Yeah, exactly.
6'9".
Oh my god, crazy.
If I ever ran for president, I would do that. By the way,
you would do that. You would just get like.
Yeah. No, I would get. I've thought of this. I would have a
platform shoes.
Yes.
Or yeah.
I would have an actual platform that I wheel around, and it has a crank on the side of it, and I just crank it up
like a car jack.
Yeah, exactly like a car jack, and it's just to whoever's standing next to me. Like if I'm ever getting interviewed, I just crank it up and make them.
It's like one crank above their height.
Exactly. I'm always slightly taller than the person I'm talking to.
Oh my god.
It'd be an issue when I start talking to Shaq, because that would happen.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But
that reminds me of this picture. It's like a same height party. Have you heard of this thing?
No.
It's so stupid. So it's a same height party. So you get a ton of your friends and you take them to the same height party venue, and they have shoes of varying heights so that everyone can be the same height at the party. Wow. Look at this picture. It's so stupid. It makes me laugh so much. You've got the really short people on really tall stilts, and then the tall people have practically no stilts. I feel like that would be so disorienting. Imagine our friend group going to a same height party. It would change the way you're talking to people.
Yeah.
Because you'd look at them on eye level instead of looking up or down at them.
Imagine us talking at eye level.
Yeah, exactly.
Disturbing.
It would be pretty disturbing. So yeah.
Oh my god.
It would be a different perspective.
Yeah. You would see another side of me.
I would see another side of you. I would see the top of your head more.
The top of my head.
I just yeah, exactly. So yeah. Anyways. So that's private spaceflight. So private spaceflight starts up in the early 2000s, but is still fairly minimal on its own. You've got heavy private contracting. It's always been private contracting. There's a lot of that. But private spaceflight for the first time is sort of beginning to become an industry. But NASA and other governments are still the dominant player here. So that's how we get into the slump.
The slump.
The slump is a period between, I would say, like 2001 and 2008, where there were just very few rocket launches, minimal activity in space. Uh, the height or the depth of the slump was like 2004, where 2004 had the same number of rocket launches. So 2004 had the least rocket launches since 1959, with like the inception of rocket launches. You know what I mean? So it's kind of crazy. Very like bad time.
Yeah.
Space travel. It just not much was happening. So both the private sector and just renewed interest in space has greatly like increased the number of launches happening again. So the slump in terms of space travel is essentially just when George W. Bush was president. It lines up, but
Thanks,
thanks George W. Bush.
Bush.
Yeah. But again, I mean, the president doesn't determine the budget. The president gives a suggestion, but it's really, Congress that does that. So it's probably just a coincidence, but George W. Bush. Anyway, so yeah, that's the slump, which is sort of like.
Thankfully, we're up in the upswing now.
Yep, we are recovering from the slump. Hopefully, that trend continues upward and we enter a second space race. But yeah, the slump is just sort of like, I always think to myself, like, wait a minute. So we landed on the moon in 1969 and we haven't been back there since 1972. Like, what's going on? Like, that's crazy. And it sort of felt like in the early 2000s, like there wasn't much going on with space. But thankfully, space is like in the news a lot more recently, I would say. If you were to say like, I bet if you did a like study where you looked at like the front page of CNN, like their website, or the front page of some like newspaper, like the New York Times, like their top article on any given day, right? I bet you would see an increased number of articles pertaining to space for the years, 2020, 2019, 18, 17. It's probably going up. The slump probably corresponds with press coverage, I would say. Yeah. So space is becoming a priority again, which is very nice. And it's largely due to this new private space flight that's going on. It's greatly helping out the space industry. But yeah, so part of the slump, a little bit after the slump, was sort of a sad event. It was the retirement of the last space shuttle. I think it was Atlantis was the last one in 2011. So basically, this is a result of all the, not much funding in the early 2000s for NASA, not much space flight. It's like a result of the slump. It's like, okay, well, what are we really using this for, right? Because the space shuttle, although it was cheaper compared to other rockets, it still costs money to make new boosters every time. You have to refuel it. You have to maintain it. And so it's like, all this upkeep, it's not really worth it. So in 2011, we retired the space shuttle. But that was sort of like, it's good that we're on good enough terms with Russia. We're not on great terms with Russia. We're never on great terms with Russia. But when we retired the space shuttle, we were no longer able to launch stuff from America. Between 2011 and 2020, all of the launches to the ISS, the American astronauts have had to fly to Russia to launch from Russia. And that is humiliating, right? So we used the Soyuz craft. We basically paid Russia for tickets. We said, Russia, can we get some seats on the Soyuz craft? And they're like, okay, America. Because we didn't have our own capabilities. And in 2020, that changed with the Crew Dragon, which we'll talk about in a bit. But that's very exciting. But yeah, so no more space shuttle. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Rip. I would have liked to have gone on one. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Anyways, on to reusable rockets.
Yep.
This
Reusable
was the
rockets.
first time I heard of Elon Musk. Was
Yeah.
I watched a thing where I remember the news story. It was like this dude, Mr. Elon
Mm.
Musk, and I'm like, hello, is trying to land a rocket in the exact same place it was launched from. And I'm like, have they
Whoa.
really not been able to do that? That's what I
Yeah.
remember myself thinking. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
I know that that's a very hard thing to do, but I would have thought they would have been able to do that
Mm.
kind of already. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, let's see if he does it. And by God, he did it. Um,
Absolute mad lad.
yeah, and I'm like, hey, this guy might be onto something. And then I just followed up on him, and that's when I fell in love with what he was doing.
Yeah. I probably first learned about Elon from the SpaceX as well.
Yeah, yeah, I had no idea he was PayPal or Tesla
Yeah,
until
Tesla.
honestly until 2020. Like, I know that sounds a little ridiculous, but
Hmm.
I was hyper focused on SpaceX.
Yeah.
Um,
I think I knew that a bit before.
yeah,
I don't know, maybe it was Tesla because I think like my cousins have a Tesla. It might have been from Tesla that I first learned about it. I don't know. I don't really remember.
yeah,
But ever since the past few years, I have been an Elon Musk fanboy. I wish I had an Elon Musk flag right here.
yeah.
I'd be waving it. Uh, I like Elon Musk. But yeah, so the reusable rockets and the rocket boosters is a very major development. Elon Musk, he compared, I've said this before on stream, but it's relevant. He compared the like state of rocketry to if whenever you wanted to fly to a different place, if you once you got there, you parachuted out of the airplane and then let the airplane just like crash into the ocean and blow up, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is what we were doing with rockets. We were saying, okay, the rocket will take us to a place and then we'll drop it in the ocean, never to be seen again. If that was how airplanes worked, they would not be economically feasible because airplanes cost like $100 million each. They are very expensive machines. So we need to change how we do rocketry. That's what Elon was arguing. So he managed to do it with his SpaceX, his space startup. Uh, in 2016, I think, was when he got right. That was the first like landing of a Falcon booster.
I could check on that.
Yeah, I think it was 2016. And so it was like it's pretty cool because now he regularly all the SpaceX launches use reused boosters. Like
Yeah,
I'll read a
the
news
landing
story.
tests were between 2013 and 2016.
Nice. So yeah,
Um,
like I'll read a story and it'll say like
yeah,
this is the seventh flight of this booster, which is incredible because in the past boosters only got one flight. So yeah, so this is also drastically reducing the cost of space travel, cost per kilogram. That's why we have that like $2,000 per kilogram price tag because we are able to reuse rockets now. And it's not perfect. Sometimes there'll be a booster failure. I've watched some SpaceX launches, and every once in a while there'll be a booster failure, but he's just trying to like perfect the craft.
yeah.
I think it's very cool. All the SpaceX tests, a lot of the like tests of new rockets, like the Starship rocket, they'll always end with an explosion because Elon Musk is basically he always wants to push the limits. Um, and when you like read a story where it's like, oh, the test resulted in an explosion, it must have been a failure. No, often for SpaceX, it actually means it was a success because what Elon will do, right, is say the spacecraft, like one piece of the spacecraft needs to be able to handle like 150 newtons of stress, right? He'll just keep, even once he gets to 150 newtons, he's like, oh, that's great. Let's keep ramping up the stress. Let's just see how much stress it can handle. And then it blows up at like 250 newtons. And he's like, okay, that's good. That's within the limits, you know? It's like good to know. So we can push this thing past 150 newtons. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
um, it not only meets but exceeds the expectations. Like that's what the testing does, which is pretty cool. So yeah, that's reusable rockets.
Yeah. And then we get to the crew resupply services.
Yeah, so the crew resupply services, this is NASA basically put out like, like you can have bids for contracts and whatever. A few companies did it, but the main one is SpaceX. They used the Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, like all the different rockets, and the Dragon capsules to resupply the ISS. So up until 2020, they only resupplied the ISS, which means like food, water, new experiments and stuff. So half the time that would come from Soyuz capsules would come up and bring some supplies. But then with the CRS, like authorization in 2016, it allowed SpaceX to provide that resource. And it makes sense because if a SpaceX like crew resupply like blows up, it's like, that's a shame, but we still have plenty of food up here. You know what I mean? So it was a lower stakes type thing, which is good because now SpaceX has actually done 2 human flights to the ISS. So this like 4 years from like 2016 to 2020 allowed SpaceX to like get its footing and prepare to win the authorization to be allowed to actually deliver people up to the ISS. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes you're in space. Sometimes you need things. Like if I want some Takis, who's gonna bring it to me?
Who's gonna bring it?
There's no
Elon.
Yeah, there's no convenience
Your
stores in
Takis,
space.
sir.
Your Takis, sir.
Yeah, it's really interesting because ideally, with any like outpost or thing just anywhere, when you build a colony, you want it to become self-sufficient, but they are never self-sufficient at first, and that is where we are in space travel today. So the ISS needs to be close to the Earth because it needs to just be 400 miles away from food, water, because it's not growing its own food or water. It's not doing anything for itself. CO2 scrubbers too, like to filter out stuff. It is not self-sufficient. But as we continue into space, and we're going to get to this in a little bit, but the bases and stuff that we build need to be self-sufficient eventually. But yeah, so right now they are like entirely reliant on the Earth.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's CRS. So next we got the Crew Dragon.
Crew Dragon, like the hat.
Like the hat. Amazing. Finally a cameo.
Yes.
So the Crew Dragon, that was just 2020. That was this year. So that's a good thing that happened this year. It was the first American like launch to the ISS with people in it since the retirement of the space shuttle. And it was with SpaceX, Elon Musk. So yeah, it was pretty cool. And they've done it again since then. So it took a lot of testing. I was very hyped for this. Like all throughout 2019, I'm like, oh, this is going to be so cool. In November 2019, they did like a test where it was an unmanned test of what they eventually did because they wanted to make sure it was safe, where they sent like a little like Earth plushie to space. I really love it. In all the like videos of going to space, they always bring like a plushie or something, and that's like their like space indicator. So when they go into free fall, once they cut the engines, the plushie just starts floating. Like you can see that in all the videos of like the inside of the Dragon capsule or Soyuz or anything. So it's pretty funny. So yeah, when was this? Was this back in March? I forget exactly the date.
I can get that for you. Jamie, pull that up.
Yeah, Jamie, pull that up.
Can you just tell me, man?
But yeah, so
May 30th, 2020
May
is what this is throwing at me. I'm not sure if that's
Yep,
right.
yep. It's probably right. I remember that.
It sounds right. Yeah.
But yeah, so Crew Dragon is significant because, for 30 years we had the space shuttle and we were able to launch like people into space from American soil. But between 2011 and 2020, for 9 years, we were unable to do so. Now we are once again able to do so. It's ushering in a new era. That's what I think. I think this is very monumental. You've also got the Starlink satellite missions that Elon Musk, I mean, it's sort of in the background now. It's almost become mundane, which is wonderful. Space travel to become mundane. That's what you want, like air travel is mundane now. I mean, it's a special event, but if someone says, "Oh yeah, I took an airplane," like I went somewhere on vacation, you just assume they took an airplane and it's nothing special, right? It'll be cool to get to that point with space travel. But yeah, so every month there's 60 more Starlink satellites in the sky ready to provide us all with free internet. Well, not free internet, but internet from satellite, which currently you can get satellite internet without Starlink. It is just very bad. It is very low bandwidth. But the Starlink satellites are going to provide higher capacity for internet. So that will be very cool.
Yes.
So you can be out in the middle of Wyoming and get internet. Because I love this is a trope in horror movies, right? The trope in horror movies is so basically in old horror movies, there weren't cell phones, so that's why the characters can't just call 911 and get out of the situation. But since we've had cell phones, they've always pulled the "oh no, I don't have service, whatever will I do" thing, right? Now that's no excuse. You can't use the no service trick anymore because of the Starlink that's going to get put up. So everyone will always have service. Like in the middle of the ocean. That's what makes it very valuable. I did a video about Starlink like a year ago, so check that out. But yeah. So now, next slide. Second space race? Question mark.
So yeah,
Could
this is
a second space race.
Yeah, this is mainly speculation with
this is all speculation.
In reality. We're going to be talking about some stuff that has been planned out, and we're each going to give our estimates for when we think it's going to happen. So this is the second space race, which we predict will be somewhere around 2025, maybe a little bit after. So
yeah.
First off, we got the Mars mission, probably the hottest innovation in space. In terms of where are we going on the road trip, Mars is the next destination. NASA has been talking about this forever, but now SpaceX has been looking at it, which means that it's probably going to get done.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Not to disparage NASA. But yeah, it's interesting. Humans have a very sort of we remember novel things, like novelties. So we remember the first moon landing in 1969. This is first man on the moon, Neil Armstrong. I think the Mars mission is important from that sort of perspective to get people interested in space again, to have such and such like that. Whoever's the first person on Mars, that will be a name remembered in the history books as well.
Yes.
And Mars just seems like the next step. It just seems like the natural next place. Like, oh, we've been to the moon. Okay, let's go to Mars now. And so it's sort of a publicity thing, I would say, but it's also a big feat of engineering, which will surge things forward. It won't necessarily become a regular occurrence at first, although I would hope it would. It would be nice, but to be more realistic, it probably won't be, but it will lead to developments at home. So the Mars mission, if we're going from an ultimately utilitarian thing, I think the Mars mission is sort of a bad move, I would say. I would say we shouldn't do a Mars mission. I would say we should focus our efforts on permanent habitation on the moon first. This is essentially NASA's plan with Artemis and then unnamed Mars project. They want to establish a permanent presence on the moon so that we can launch stuff from the moon to Mars. I predict in the future that the moon will become in like a hub. It'll be like the Atlanta of the solar system, because and because I fly Delta, so that's why I use Atlanta.
He flies
I
Delta.
fly Delta.
I
Do
flew
other? I
I
don't know where the other hubs
flew
are, but
Delta once, and they
and it was really bad, right?
I was like,
You
"Can I
didn't
have?"
like it.
Yeah, I was like, "Can I have some cranberry juice?" And the girl was like, "Sure," and she like just put ice in a cup, gave me
Mhm.
apple juice, and I was like, "This is not cranberry juice." She's like, "Oh, let me help you out," and so she takes the cup, spits in
Uh-huh.
it, and hands it back to me, and she's like, "Enjoy your flight."
I love the accent you added
Yeah.
there. But
We were flying out from New Jersey.
oh my god. But yeah, so the moon will likely be a hub because it has a very shallow gravity well.
Mm-hmm.
So and a lot of resources in situ. So it's easy to get off the moon comparatively. The escape velocity of Earth is like 11 meters per second, and of the moon, it's like kilometers per second. Earth, moon, it's 2 kilometers per second.
So
So
let's say
yeah.
Mars mission.
Mhm.
Well, when do you think it's gonna happen? What would be your date?
Yeah.
What's your year?
So I am at a nexus point right now where I'm
Mm-hmm.
50-50 because Elon Musk has been pretty gung ho about it previously, and he said he wanted to have a Mars mission for 2024
Mm-hmm.
to have uh, like people on the moon 2024, which would require in 2022 a cargo mission where they send all the supplies in advance. Essentially, there's a 2 year cycle where it's the most efficient to go to Mars. Like every 2 years, there's like a window of time where it's the easiest to get to Mars. So one recently passed in June. If you remember, there were like I think four different probes, like one from India, one from like America, like a ton of different um, agencies launched their own Mars missions all around the same time. And you might think like, why is that? And the reason is that there's this like a month-long window every 2 years where it's like really easy to get to Mars. And not really easy, just comparatively easy. So you might as well wait. Um, so anyway, the point of that is that 2022 and 2024 was Elon's like plan, and I'm not sure if he's sticking to it. Like, I'm not sure. I think he might have to wait until the next cycle. I think he suggested at one point that he would have to, um, and it would make sense because of like COVID. COVID probably stalled development,
Yeah.
and so that would be people on Mars by 2026 with a like cargo mission 2024. I think that makes more sense with Elon's timeline because while you might say like, "Oh, he's just saying that, like he's not actually going to do it." Well, some like Japanese guy paid him an undisclosed amount of money, which means it was probably a lot, uh, to get a moon mission in 2023 using the same ship that he intends to use for the Mars mission. So the Starship is currently booked to send. It's really interesting, actually. It's they're gonna send 7 artists on like a trip around the moon. So they're never gonna land on the moon, but they're gonna like orbit the moon and come back. And it's like a commercial space flight. And so this like this Japanese like billionaire, he basically wants to see what sort of art will like the world's like 7 greatest artists produce
Mm-hmm.
after being inspired by a trip around the moon. So he has paid for that, right? Like that's check has gone through, you know. So Elon can't just like not do it. Like there's probably some sort of contractual obligation there, right? So I say he'll have the Starship by 2023. You can actually look at updates and stuff about the Starship. It's coming together quite nicely. So all that is to say, my prediction right now is 2026. But I feel like, but space projects are notoriously like constantly in delay. So to be on the safe side, like to get better odds, I would say 2028. That is my official over under prediction. Mars, people on Mars 2028. So what do you say?
Yeah. Um, I think Elon might be um might be a little more interested in kind of following what NASA is doing, like doubling down on the moon instead of going to Mars. I could see him
Yeah.
doing that if he has an inspiration for a new technology that would be space based. He's much more likely to put that, on the moon. I mean, like not in like space, as in orbiting Earth, like not in Leo or not low Earth orbit, or not in just not orbiting Earth really at all, but instead orbiting the moon, which is orbiting Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, a space station in orbit of the moon is.
Would you call that, if you have something orbiting the moon? Would you also call that
Yeah, it's in
orbiting
moon
Earth?
orbit.
Yeah.
It is also, but that's like saying
Technically,
everything, like all of our satellites, the thousands of satellites we have, are orbiting the sun.
which is kind of true, but yeah.
So,
I could see him
yeah.
getting sidetracked by that. I don't mean like
Mhm.
sidetracked. It's still obviously
Yeah, I wouldn't
progress.
call that a sidetrack.
Yeah.
You see, so here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I think for the prestige that it could bring the SpaceX company to be responsible for the first Mars landing, that would gain them incredible profits, incredible like public enthusiasm.
Yes.
I feel like the reasons for a Mars mission are more in morale, interest, prestige, that sort of thing, like human psychology and enthusiasm. I feel like the benefits are more in that department for a Mars mission, whereas a moon base is like the pragmatic option, or even literally just expanded orbital stuff. So not even a moon base, just like a larger international space station that can handle like 50 people and like rotates to simulate gravity. That is also 100% acceptable. That would be great. So
you said that there were what, like 2 months where it's easier to get to Mars than any other. What were those months?
It was June this year. It's a sliding spectrum, and so next in 2022 it's July. Basically, the farther you get from like one date, I think this year it was June 6th. June 6th is the easiest date to get to Mars. But on June 10th, it's like 0.1% harder, takes 0.1% more fuel.
June 6th, 2020 was the easiest?
I believe so, if I remember correctly, yeah.
All right, so then it would be July 6th, question mark?
I mean, not exactly, but
Not
so
exactly.
July,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be that, because again, if there's clouds, like, bad weather on June 6th, they delay spaceflight for bad weather all the time. No one's like, oh no, we missed June 6th. What are we ever going to do?
Yeah.
They launch it like a week later. So like June 2020, July 2022, and then, sorry, July, August, September, September 2024, October, November 2028. But then it takes like 9 months to get to Mars. So that would actually mean my prediction is 2029. So, yeah.
So it'd be September. September would be 2025, right? Or is that
September 2024?
September 2024, yeah. So October 2025. So November 2026.
Mm-hmm.
And how long did you say the trip was?
9 months.
9 months. Okay. So that would...
So do you say 2027?
I think it's going to be 2027. And let me get the let me write it down to prove that I single-handedly predicted the Mars mission.
It's on video though. It's on video.
I know it's on video, but writing it down makes it more formal.
Makes it more formal, true. Yeah.
All right. So if it's going to take 9 months, and I'm saying it's going to be launched on... All right, here we go. I'm going to do the launch date, and I'm going to do the...
All right, let's go. What is it?
All right, launch date.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do the landing date. Land date months from November is what? It's like August, right?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, here's the interesting thing with the Mars mission is that Elon's Mars mission
Mm-hmm.
is also going to establish a permanent Mars base.
Mm.
Possibly. Like I think that's the current plan because he doesn't like have a return trip plan. Although actually part of the cargo mission is supposed to like be creating rocket fuel on site. So it's supposed to be able to. So it might be just a there and back mission, but
We'll
but
see.
I don't know. It's hard to predict.
Okay.
NASA's like a bit more measured, and their like plan is like 2030s for a Mars mission, and it's like a there and back temporary. Under NASA's plan, it would probably take till like 2040 to get a permanent Mars base. With a Mars landing in like the early to late 2030s. But yeah.
Okay. Is this flipped? It is flipped. No, it isn't. It's not flipped. I think that it will launch on November 18th, 2026, and it will land on Mars on August 23rd, 2027. My name is Sebastian Molino. I know in the future I'm an astronaut, theoretical physicist, trillionaire, also the first man on the sun, but I'm calling this right now. I am a visionary. I'm an oracle. I have a SoundCloud.
All right.
There we go. Now it's there forever, and people can take that image of Sebastian back when he didn't have a beard, holding up the launch date and the land date for the Mars mission.
Wow. They'll be like, how did he predict it?
How did he predict it? Also, how did he know he was going to have a beard?
Well, I mean, you can decide, essentially.
I can't decide.
Okay. Anyway, next, we get the moon base.
Moon base.
So.
When do you think this is going to happen?
Okay. So NASA, the Artemis program, they say 2024. But they said that before COVID. So they wanted to get a moon base in 2024. And the thing with the moon is you can essentially launch at any time, other than like the Apollo missions. They had to wait until the right time of the month because they didn't want to land on the moon when it was nighttime. But if you're establishing a base, you're going to have to deal with nighttime every once in a while. So that wouldn't really matter as much. But even so, it's just a monthly thing. You know, it's not like a 2-year wait. So I would say probably 2025 or 2026. That would be my guess. Because Obama said 2028. That was his, like, under his space directive that he, like, signed into law in 2010. And then, so the 2024 thing is a, like, Trump plan. But I don't know. It might be, like...
I would split the middle. I would say 20...
Yeah, so 2026.
I would go in the earlier.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, I'll lean on 2025 because NASA's funding has actually appreciably increased, right? Which means that they're like sort of putting their money where their mouth is, because you know Bush and Obama also made like moon landing date promises, like to return to the moon. Yet they didn't like increase the NASA budget in kind, whereas the NASA budget has actually increased this time. So I'm hopeful that this one actually pans out. So that would be 2025. Yeah.
All right, here you go. I got another post-it note. Moon base. They will touch down on the moon again. Now, I'm not saying that this is when they will return to the moon. I'm saying that, like, breaking the no-touch moon streak.
Oh yes, the no-touch moon.
I'm saying they land on the moon, and they begin construction
Hmm.
on this date. None other than April 30th, 2025, Max's birthday.
On my birthday.
Yes.
Thank you.
I've noticed that a lot
My
of things have happened on your birthday.
21st birthday.
On your day. There you go. If I'm right,
I'll get.
you owe me a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I've noticed
But
that
yeah,
a lot of
also,
things
yeah.
happen on your birthday. When I do my decade things, like
Mm,
1900s, 1910s, or 1980s.
yeah, I know 1993 was when they got the WWW up,
Yeah.
World Wide Web.
A lot of things happen on April 30th. I've just noticed that. Like
Oh yeah, I think it's also
yeah.
1945. Hitler killed himself.
Yes. Yeah. Hitler killed himself on your birthday.
So
I know that.
yeah, those are the two I know.
And I think the Nazis surrendered on Camilla's birthday. I think I remember that.
Mm,
Um,
that would make sense. We're just like 7 days apart.
yeah.
It's the easiest birthday for me to remember.
Yeah. It's
So
pretty easy. But the
yeah.
biggest years that I've seen when doing that, just because I've looked at so many dates when I'm doing those,
Mhm.
are undoubtedly April, February, what was the big one? July and December. It's April, February, July, and December. I swear more things happen in those months than in any other month. Like,
well, we made it through another December.
yeah.
So we just have to worry about April.
I'm calling in those are the hot months. That's when stuff
All right.
happens.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so also if America isn't able to do it, China wants to do it by like 2029,
Over
2030.
my dead body.
You're not probably. I'm just kidding. But you're not a fan. Of course. Who's a fan? Well, I don't want to get banned. Whatever. Listen.
Space is
We're probably already banned in China.
Space is red, white, and blue.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying. Yeah, so China wants to do a moon base. You see, they have an advantage. It's the same advantage that the USSR had, is that a centralized government is able to just sort of do things
wants, yeah.
without worrying about like, oh, the people are starving and whatever.
Well, that leads us right. Did you give your estimate?
Oh yeah.
Base? You want to formalize it?
I just said 2026.
2026. All right.
Or 2025. There we go.
Oh yeah. That leads us
same as yours, but
yeah. That leads us right into competitors. It's
competitors.
It's pretty much going to be U.S. versus China is what it's going to be. You could even call it the Second Cold War. But
we're already in an economic, they say, like a trade war.
Yeah, because of tariffs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just going to translate to space and pretty much everything else. Russia hasn't really been doing too hot, to be honest. If you've been looking at Russia in recent years, it's not that they are doing poorly. They aren't doing as well, right? Like
they don't have enough population.
Exactly.
I would say
they
have like 100 million people.
Behind. Yeah, they're falling behind where they like could have been. Like if you look at a graph, they're still obviously going up. Like they're not, well, like COVID and stuff, but like they're still on the upswing. But that has like flattened. It's not flat, but it has flattened more than, when they were a global superpower. So
they're not doing.
They're probably going to remain a global superpower just because of the technology that they have, like nukes mainly, or a lot of mining equipment. But the way that it was when we were growing up was that it was USA and Russia were just the two guys, and then China was third. That's how it was when we were growing up. It was USA on top, Russia was there, and then China was, third, but they were like hovering around other countries. Now China exploded, so they're doing much better.
Economically.
Economically, they are still, yes,
I
the
have pressing
entire
news for you all.
China has exploded. um, so now Russia is sliding comfortably into third place.
Hmm.
So it's going to be
Yeah.
US versus China.
I don't know. What
what
about
it's gonna be.
Britain, though?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Britain was a global
I love that
superpower
reaction.
about
Okay.
like 200 years ago.
No, they had naval superiority as late as
Yeah,
1945.
but now no one's going swimming anymore. So it's all
Well,
about
you got like
space swimming.
Margaret Thatcher and Reagan, like they
Margaret
worked as
Thatcher.
equals, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Like
That's
they
fair.
were Britain is, I would say, it's up there.
It is
I don't know.
up
I don't know
there.
where it is. I don't know where it is compared to Russia, China, and America, but I know that it is comparable. Or maybe not comparable, but I don't think there's anyone in between Britain and then Russia, China, and America. That's what I would say.
There is like Germany, I guess, but
Nope. They were not. They
Japan.
were non-existent. They were not a state until
Okay. Well,
1990.
then what about Japan or Korea?
Japan's doing pretty well. They are a very big financial. Japan is very heavy on financial as well as tech.
Hmm.
South Korea is a very tech-based economy, so they are doing well there.
South Korea
Um,
is
I'll
supposed
admit
to
I don't know
explode.
as much, but
Not again. Not.
I don't economically. I
So
don't know as I'll admit I don't know as much in detail about Japan
yeah,
and
no.
South.
So you're right. You're right in that Japan is very financially based and all that stuff, but they have a lot of social issues going on right now.
Mm.
I think they have the number one suicide rate per
Yeah, they're
capita.
also sharing a problem with China and the rest of Asia, which is they have an aging population. Well,
Yes.
maybe not the rest of Asia. Some parts of Asia are actually pretty young, but a lot of developed nations in Asia
Yes.
and even like European nations, like Scandinavian nations, are facing an aging population. So in Japan uh, and China as well, they're facing problems with their like social security equivalent programs there, like taking care of the elderly. Is that, in the past, right now, say, you have like four working class people in America for like every one like elderly person that needs to be on social security. But then in like China and Japan, it's like decreasing, three working class, two
Yeah.
working class, because their populations are getting very old.
So
Um,
if you
yeah.
take just GDP,
Hmm.
number one is the United States. Number two is China. Number three is Japan.
Oh, okay. Well,
Um,
yeah, they're very big in that
yeah, and
respect.
then you get Germany. Then you get Britain. Russia is in 11th because comparatively they have
Yeah.
fallen from their place, and South Korea is actually in 10th.
Yeah, I
So
will say I would sort of dispute the Russia still being a I feel like after 1991,
I
Russia was sort of out.
economically they are not really a superpower. They are obviously
Yeah,
they have
I guess they're more of a military power, so that's fair.
yeah, they are giants in certain industries, but those
Hmm.
industries have decreased in value. Like they're the number one tree exporter, lumber, because they just
Yep.
have the most of that. Number one, uranium, I'm pretty sure, or at least they're trading with either Ukraine or Kazakhstan, which would be the number one. It's one of those three countries.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
so all of that stuff, but that is kind of going out of fashion, because there's kind of been somewhat of a moratorium on nuclear weapons. Like we have
Hmm.
enough to just destroy the planet.
Yes.
So it's like, why do we keep making more?
Yep.
Lumber, yeah, wood is fantastic, but now we can just use the energy from the sun.
Hmm.
Other stuff that it is excelling in, a ton of coal, just a ton of coal, but we're trying to move away from that.
Hmm.
And yeah, decreasing population, as well as other stuff that has happened with the government. I don't particularly want to get shot through that window, so I'm not going to go into the
Uh-oh. Yeah.
details of it. But
Oh, have you seen
just poor
China
management.
this year? You may not have known about this because it's like foreign news doesn't matter, right? Like no one ever covers foreign news. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like the news. So there'll be like a 30-second clip where they're like, oh yes, today like China invaded 5 countries.
Yeah.
Anyway, the president on Twitter said like, and then they'll have like 10 minutes on that, and it's like, wait, what happened? But
Yeah.
China and Australia was providing China with a lot of its coal,
Hmm.
but then Australia, I don't know, pissed them off somehow, and so they stopped. Like they put a huge tariff on Australian coal, and then Australia is just like, oh my gosh, we can't handle it, because Australia and China, they probably are the biggest trading partners with each other.
Yes, Australia is
um,
China's biggest trading partner. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, and China is like Australia's biggest trading partner. So
Yeah.
uh,
It
so
used to be the U.S. obviously, but
yeah,
that is
they
fallen,
are
and then it was
very
Russia.
intimately related.
Yeah. Now it's.
um,
I'm pretty sure it's Australia. I think that's accurate.
but yeah. So, but anyway, I think it might be interesting with competitors instead of geopolitical
I would.
competitors. I think there might be like economic, just companies. So SpaceX versus Blue Origin, for instance.
I would much rather see Japan become the next superpower
Hmm.
instead
They
of
have the third most people in space right now.
yeah. I mean,
If that's it.
I mean
Yeah.
that's awesome. If you have the
Yeah.
three global superpowers all just working together in space, like we need to get more
That would be nice.
Chinese in space if we want to keep that going. But I would love to see the three global superpowers be like it's gonna be China, and there's nothing you can do about that. And I
Yeah.
hate that they're a global superpower, but I'm not oblivious to the fact that they are, and that they have been just destroying us. Like they are breaking our ankles on the
Mm.
court
Yeah.
economically. So they're gonna be one. Not happy about it, but they're gonna be one.
Hmm.
So it's U.S., China, and then I really want it to be Japan. Um,
Yeah.
both because obviously
Anime
they've
in
Western
space.
eye view. Yeah, exactly. That's what we need. That
Yeah.
is what we need today. I want to see. Want to get I want to get
Oh my
ads when I'm going up to space. When I'm going
Uh-huh.
up to the ISS, ads in my personal that I designed space shuttle that's shaped like a I don't know. It's shaped like my Kylo Ren plushie that holds my keyboard up. Flying one of these bad
Uh-huh.
boys out to space. And no, I scratched that. It's shaped like a Takis bag, and I'm
Yeah.
flying my Takis bag up to space. I want an ad that I can't even understand. There's so many flashing
Uh-huh.
colors and Japanese text flashing all over, and it's got a girl in the
Uh-huh.
bottom left who's holding up like some sort of product, and she's like, today. And and then in the top right there's a trailer going on for
Oh
a
my
different
god.
anime. In the bottom left, in the top other corner, there are book reviews that are happening, and then
Yep.
just in the center is just a massive Japanese flag that's waving, and in the little red circle that they have, it just says um, I don't know. I kind of I'm
I
kind of
didn't get this
blanking.
far.
I didn't
I
get
didn't
this
think I'd
far.
get. Yeah.
It just says
Yeah.
it's just a poorly translated something, and it's
Yep.
like enjoy your stay today.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I know that would
but
be nice.
it would be
But yeah,
hysterical.
I do see the potential in likelihood. In fact, my like book series is sort of based on a sort of like American European coalition versus like a Chinese Russian coalition
Mm-hmm.
that are competing in space. Um, I hope that wouldn't happen. However, I do see it as very likely because it's a similar situation with the USSR. Ultimately, when it came down to it, you know, America and the USSR weren't merely like competing for resources. It's not like they were like, it wasn't simply like, oh, we want the oil. No, we want the oil.
Yeah.
They had like moral, ethical conflicts. And the problem is, America, we as Americans, me personally, we have like ethical concerns about the actions of the Chinese government And like, if you just think of Hong Kong, human rights abuses, I mean, you could make a whole podcast episode about that. People probably have,
Yeah.
but that's like not our focus here. But I do see it as fairly likely that there will be conflict, and that conflict will likely spread into space, just as it does. I mean, it'll just be one theater, just as the space race was one theater of the first Cold War. I could see a second space race becoming another theater of a second Cold War. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. What I find much more fun is like, competing monopolies, right? Just sort of like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, like the companies are engaging in like warfare, like the companies
like
hire
Coca-Cola
mercenaries,
versus Pepsi. Yeah.
like they're like thinly veiled because they're not allowed to actually cause violence, but like say like one company funds like a ton of rebels on like the like asteroid colony on Ceres, and they take over Ceres,
Yeah.
and it's like thin, and everyone knows what's going on, but like it's not technically illegal or whatever. They're like shady and stuff. I just find that more entertaining as a plot.
As a plot. All right.
But yeah.
Yeah. So we have a couple more slides, but I do
Yeah.
have to go pretty soon, so we're gonna have
Okay.
to
So
get
these are
through
quick.
these a little quicker. Yeah.
So yeah, lowering launch costs. This is a trend that has been occurring throughout the years of space travel and will obviously continue. So currently, it's like $2,000 per kilogram. What happens when it's $200 per kilogram? What happens when it's $20 a kilogram? That every step of the way is just going to increase the accessibility of space travel, increase the volume of space travel occurring, just because it's easier to do. So
yeah.
simple as that. It'll just increase the use of space travel and all the effects and ramifications of that. I mean, you can think of yourself. I mean, moon base will be easier with lower launch costs. Mars mission will be easier. Everything will be easier with lower launch costs. That's simply what it is. Because once you're in space, it's easy to get around. It's just hard to get off of the surface of the Earth because there is so much gravity, and you have to add so much potential energy to your rocket. If you think of it in physics terms, you've got potential energy versus chemical energy. So you have to expend so much chemical energy to gain that potential energy. So the question is just, how do we do this more efficiently? That's the launch cost question.
Yeah. And, well, that obviously leads right into the next thing, which is just access to space for more people. I mean, the biggest thing is, I would say the two biggest things are monetary stuff and then habitation. Like we said, ISS is a big thing. It can hold 7 people. Like my car can hold 8 people. Admittedly, one person does have to be in the trunk, but like if you have that massive space and it can only hold 7 people, you need a place for more people. So, but the thing is that if space travel gets cheaper, $20 a kilogram, then you can start building things in space easier, building habitations.
Yeah. The way this is the path of development I see. So an increasing number of people work in space, which really just means they're actually telecommunicating to space. They're just zooming to space.
Yeah.
But this is more practical than you might think. Like, say a space factory needs to produce stuff in space. You might live on Earth, work from home, and your job is via, the signals sent up to the factory. You control like the robot arm and the machines and stuff, Then it moves to people actually commuting to space and working in space temporarily, for their day job, and then coming home to Earth. That would have to be low Earth orbit. Then, and probably at the same time, you can have people contracting in space. So you sign on to like a 5-year contract where you'll go to some asteroid, mine it out for 3 years, then either come home or just keep living there if you want to. And that's a ton of money to make. Sort of like with like colonialism, and with America, like the westward expansion. People would go out west to make their fortune. I could see a similar situation where people go out to the asteroid belt or to Mars or to the moon or what have you to make their fortune. And then that naturally leads into people living in space permanently, because if you're contracting on an asteroid, you might be like, why go home? I can get stuff cheaply here. I can build like my own house and stuff. and bam, you now have a culture around space. So yeah.
Yeah, and that kind of leads us to
Yeah,
the
space
last
industry.
thing, which is just
Yeah, we pretty
destroying
much just
space.
said it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so building stuff in space, because there are resources in space that we don't have on Earth. There are resources in space that are easier to get in space than they are on Earth. Say metals, rare earth metals, right? We've like combed over the surface of the Earth, but like most of the gold that exists in Earth exists like deep in the core or the mantle, but we can't get to it.
Mhm.
However, the gold in an asteroid, we can mine directly through an asteroid. We can dig a hole through the center of the asteroid. There's no boiling hot magma at the, so nothing to worry about. So space industry, also some like chemical and physical processes are easier and work better in 0G. For instance, I think there's a type of crystal that could be like useful in electronics. However, it's hard to find a perfect crystal that doesn't have like flaws in it and like random like chemicals, like random molecules inserted every once in a while that like causes imperfections in the crystal. And when we try to make the crystal on Earth, it tends to have a lot of imperfections. But if we make the crystal in space, it's perfect. So then we transport that down to Earth or wherever to be used in electronics. So that's space industry. But yeah, so that's it. Let's go to final thoughts. I am tired.
Yeah, 4 hours. We just
Very
hit
long
the
episode
4 hour
unexpectedly.
mark. Yeah.
Yeah. So the last section that we just talked about, we'll expand upon that more in future episodes. The Mars mission, the moon base, the competitors, the lowering launch costs, access to space for more people. That is what this entire season is about, right?
Yeah.
So we gave you the history and a brief look at the future. This entire season is going to be about the future of space.
Yes.
So don't worry that we brushed over those quickly, because when you come back, there will be more. And my voice is dead, and I have school tomorrow. So
Me too.
I'm tired. So
I'm not looking forward to it.
I'm not looking forward to school yet either, because I have been on break for 2 weeks and I've gotten used to the comfort of my own home, and now I have to go to my office instead of my bedroom.
Yep.
Because we're doing online school. It's fine. It's whatever. No one likes going back to school after a break. But anyway, thank you guys all for watching. We only got 4 peak concurrents, so that shirt can live to see another day.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you to Daikaiju Productions and Jam McCarthy for making use of the chat. We love to interact with the audience. Thank you everyone else for watching that didn't use the chat and just enjoyed the stream. And thank you, Sebastian, for being my co-host as always. I'm excited for a new season of Gravity Max, all about space. I love this background. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
So yeah. All right. So unless you have anything else to say.